Kill confirmed.
I think I need a haircut or something. Hey now. Thank you guys for coming in. Pest Dummies here. Zelgod, thank you. Hey, it's Sunday morning. It's very early Sunday morning. Yeah, it's not too early. I mean, it's early. It's early for others, but not for me. I slept in till 5, you know. So, I'm like a spring chicken. Hot chick. With a lot of energy, vim, and vigor. Check the hair. Boop, 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 boop. I still got that Tony Manero Saturday Night Fever hair going. At my age, how lucky. How lucky for me. It's getting a little thin here, but if I let it grow long enough, I can bulk this thing out. Well, we hit level 60. That's right, we did. You're a part of this. We hit level 60 yesterday. And today, the big thing I want to do, finish off the renown for Soxglen, get those Paragon points in, and then later, I want to make another attempt at World Tier 4 just to kind of see where I go. Yeah, I could totally afro this out. I should let it grow, get a perm. What emote is that? Is that Mailbot? Mailbot? I thought about him yesterday. I'm like, you know, you look at Mailbot, you look at like Mini-Me. I think they didn't announce their departure as far as I know, you know, make a big stink of it. They're just like, you know what, it's not worth streaming anymore or something. I got other things in life to do. And they're like, that's it, you know. Just got to give those guys credit. The only reason I can do this is, you know, I'm done with the career and everything, you know. I mean, it's just a hobby, you know. Hang out with, it's morning coffee with some guys and girls, and we play some video games and we talk about them and have a few laughs. Getting up there, really increase some gear, some armor. I think I've done all I can in World Tier 3. Just got to get those Paragons, get some levels.
I was rooting for you! We were all rooting for you! How dare you!
Yeah.
Learn something from this!
Thank you, Texas Barbecue. Yeah, you ran out of gold and rare salvage materials. What tier, Zell? Are you in Tier 3? How's it going, Texas? Thank you for coming in. I mean, I have been, like... I've been kind of holding my, you know... I've been trying to kind of hold my materials. And just using, you know... I've been trying to just hold on to it as much as possible, because I know I'm going to need them later, Zell, in Tier 4. But of course, you know, you got to get to Tier 4. So it's kind of like, you know, the yin and the yang kind of thing. I wish there was a total item level, you know, the calculation, you know, item level. I don't know if that matters or if that even would make any sense. That it calculated some kind of item level just for your own reference. But the big thing is I guess the item power on the gear kind of gives you an indication. So that was pretty big to shoot for, just say, well, you know, the item, just look at the item level real quick, because we get so many drops. I mean, there's so much crap. But I might end up selling a lot more yellows. Yeah, I figure where most of us are in most of the community, everyone that plays, I'd say most of the people are in Tier 3 now. I have an event tracker now on Discord. Got the event tracker, so I created a separate category for that. So when I'm not, especially when I'm not streaming, I have it up on another monitor. The event tracker, you know, when things are happening, even I think world bosses too, with a countdown timer on it. This is a feed from another site. And the world boss is easy now. The world boss is quite easy now because everyone is getting stronger. So that's good to see. The world boss doesn't, like, it was crap. I mean, the loot was just utter crap. The best thing is probably the Helltide and the mysterious chests, because I don't know of any other way to get Forgotten Souls, you know. Everything else seems to be coming in as those Forgotten Souls. So it was nice. I'm going to make sure that I always have slots in the jewelry for skulls, for armor. And the big thing is really going to be the Paragon board now. It's really all about the Paragon board. We're setting up for the mid-game, we're setting up to finish the second one. And then I'm going to upgrade the Marshall to expand, get it to 15, and then that'll expand its range to bump up all the magic nodes around it. So I got to get one more strength. I got to go here and here, because I don't want normal nodes here. I want magic here and then here. And then we'll get the bonus on this one for the shouts. And I eventually got to get rid of HOTA. I got to go into Wrath of the Berserker. So there's going to be some kind of a transition. I assume we're getting glyphs for, like, I don't know. Look, I mean, I don't know how many glyphs there are in the game. And I guess, I don't know if these are account-wide or not. I assume these are account-wide. Uniques, yeah, uniques, I only have, I think I'm only using one right now. And that would be this one right here, Sacred Unique. How's it going? Hello, thank you for coming in. One moment, guys. Allergy. I got more information last night. I dialed in a little bit more about Starfield Direct. I wanted to find out when that's actually going to start. So Xbox Showcase. Hey now. How's it going, Tex Valley? Maldor, how's it going? There he is, Mr. America. There he is, your ideal. Here's the only unique I'm using right now. So, I mean, the drops haven't been great for me, you know, but, I mean, I guess it's just average, you know. Up to 40% chance to reduce cooldowns of your non-ultimate skills by 1.5 seconds when you inflict bleed on elites. That's on elites, not on enemies. It has to be on elites. So 10 a.m. starts the Xbox showcase. You know. And I want, and Starfield Direct is right after that. I'm actually going to be watching it on YouTube, not on Twitch, because AdBlock actually works on YouTube. Mine does. And the channel is the Xbox channel on YouTube. Xbox. So, and they're going to have both of them. You don't have to go to the Bethesda channel. So, 10 a.m. my time starts the Xbox showcase. That, I found out yesterday, might run for upwards of 2 hours. That's 2 hours. Okay, that's about 4 hours from now when it starts. Hello. It's about 4 hours. And I know I should be more clear, because most of the people I know are not in America, or, you know, because of the time I stream. You know, it's 5:30 in the morning, 5:40 in the morning in California, you know. And New Yorkers, the East Coast, they stay up late and they sleep in late.
Hey now.
Hey now. So it looks like 3 p.m. Yeah, so you're over there in Europe. You're in Eastern Europe, probably a little more Eastern, I think. The UK is not, they're not to 3 p.m. yet, I don't think, at this time. So you're more Eastern. Someone the other day, Sweden, okay, and someone the other day is like, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, you're in Eastern too. And he goes, yeah, I'm in Romania. So, you know, isn't that amazing how that works? People, you know. Yeah, so what I found out yesterday was that, yeah. Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. Yeah, Nova was streaming Neverwinter yesterday. Mod 26 preview. I love Nova. Yeah. So, Redneck. So that's in about 4 hours. It's the Xbox showcase. And I don't really care because I don't play on Xbox. I found out that it's going to run for about 2 hours. Not 1 hour, 2 hours. So we're looking at it around noon my time for the Starfield Direct to start. So it's, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what I want to do about it. I don't know if I want to react Andy to it. I might react Andy to it on stream, and then but you could watch it later too. Just, you know, all the VODs will be up there to watch it later for the Starfield Direct. So I don't know what I'm going to do. I want to kind of pick it apart. The best way to pick it apart is to watch it later in little segments, and then stop and go. So I might do a stream where we just watch the Starfield Direct, a VOD of it. You know what I mean? So I'm not sure how I'm going to handle that. I might just watch on the big screen later today, and then just watch it, you know, and then make a decision. Is this even worth talking about anymore? You know what I mean? So, and I assume today we'll be able to probably pre-order Starfield, I assume. Yeah, Zell, well, that's exactly the plan. But you know how plans are. Sometimes those plans fall apart. What can I say, man? You know, the best laid plans of mice and men. Does anyone actually use this? Does this actually just stand there? I mean, this, let's see, every second. That's how many? That's 6 seconds. I wonder if this is good for, you know, maybe the only class I could think that would do this would be the BARB. I don't know. I need a couple of dungeons. Let me show you where I'm at on Soxglen. We just need 50 points. And that's 4 Paragon points. And that's 4 Paragon points for every character in the future, too. So. And Bjorn's talking about Mod 26. Yeah, I did watch. I watched Nova yesterday. Just happened to be perfect timing for him to come on. I didn't get it all because I had to go jogging or something. And I didn't get to see the new dungeon. I mean, I don't think he ran it or anything like that. Maybe they'll do it today or whatever. But you know, it's basically what he thought it was going to be. It's back in Mesobaranza again. It's basically Mod 25 Part 2. Is that a fair statement? It's basically what Mod 25 should have been. Should have come with a dungeon. So it's kind of like they're taking mods and splitting them in two and calling them mods. I don't know. And there's some changes, and I don't know what the hell's going on there. The problem with Neverwinter is it doesn't matter what they do anymore. The game will just never come back to the greatness that it was and its potential. It doesn't matter what they do. Nothing's going to help. That's the problem. Even if they do great things now, it doesn't even matter. It's just too late. You know, sometimes the patient is like, look, we're keeping it on ventilators and all these machines, but you know, there's nothing more we can do. You know, so the game's running, but the gaming world just does not give one rat's ass about Neverwinter. No one cares. Nobody cares. So maybe there's a few people that care, but the gaming world does not care about Neverwinter, and they never will. So it's a hill that I don't want to die on. I wouldn't want to die on. I already died on that hill once. Why would I want to die on it again? So I went back for a month, and because of the progression systems, but then I saw what they did with Reaper's Challenge and the new trial and dragon hunts. I'm like, this is the most miserable crap I've ever done. So I keep forgetting to get my key because I'm just like, why should I waste my time on that? I still know people that play it, and I just wish them the best, and I got other things to do. I got Diablo now. And then I've got Starfield coming up, and there's other games coming too in the future. I'm almost ready to say there's just no going back for me. Of course, I'll leave a little sliver of hope just in case I want to kind of goof around over there, but I just don't know about that. Let's go over. I got 2 dungeons to do in Sox Glen, and then we'll get 4 Paragon points. And we'll continue with the gaming talk. Of course, you guys know the deal with that. I break for gaming talk. I stand still for gaming talk.
I can't do that here.
Starfield is something I've been waiting on for a couple of years now. Oh, so Fortnite is so guys, so are all the Towleys of the world? Oh, Zell wants in. Okay, yeah, I need to run a couple dungeons in Sox Glen. Oh, and then I need to do some nightmares today too, because I want to work on the glyphs. In fact, do I have any keys for anything in Sox Glen? Mallwood, Fractured Peaks, Hawazar, Kazakhstan. No, I don't have anything here for Sox Glen. In Sox Glen, yeah, guys, I was doing like a lot of like, I did a world boss yesterday. Been doing the Legion event and stuff like that. Legion events, really easily accessible. And now we're getting groups where we're getting 3 chests at the end and all that kind of stuff. So people are getting more powerful, It's good to see the world bosses are getting much easier. Dude, I'm tempted to... What is this? I'm tempted to kind of do this. Sacred chest armor. If I got Zell coming, maybe I'll do this little encounter here. Kind of get warmed up. I feel like the gems are kind of not very, I don't know. The gem system is kind of weird. Why are we talking about Fortnite? I mean, how did Fortnite all of a sudden come into this? What about Fortnite? Why is Fortnite? What's going on with Fortnite? Something? You want to do this, Zell? What is this? Slay the channeling rights? Slay the channeling? Whenever you see attachments, kill the attachment. The attachee. Done already? I'm just having fury issues. I just got to resolve those fury issues. A lot of that's going to come from shout cooldowns, I think. We've got a little bit of loot here. Oh, there was a third person here. I keep watching druids. I keep watching druids. My next class is definitely going to be a druid. Till the paladin comes out. Which will be coming up with this year for sure. Guaranteed. Let's drink some coffee. Oh, the gaming world. Okay. Yeah, Fortnite. What clan? I don't have a clan. I mean, I didn't make a clan. I'm in some clan that I don't even do anything with those people. Hellbringers. Hellbringers? Are they full? I don't even know. 48, 77, what? 77? So you could request to join. Hell Rangers. Hell Rangers. No, I haven't made one yet, because we need... I need to see if we have more interest. We need, like, around... We need 20 people or so. I just don't think we have enough people to make a clan. Slay all enemies. Looks like Zell just keeps getting stronger and stronger. Once I get my, okay, all these yellows I'm just gonna vendor for gold. So I think I'm gonna need a lot of gold. To D4, do you think it's worth getting into D4? Diablo 4 is a great game. Especially if you feel like PoE is a little bit too much. I think Diablo 4 sits right there in the middle. There's enough min-maxing. But it's not like PoE, which is kind of like... PoE, I'd have to be such a dedicated player to understand everything that's going on. Diablo 4 is legit. Outside of the lag issues, I think the game is great and it just launched. So there's... you know, I mean, there's a... Oh, sorry, I gotta get these yellows. Wow.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh, that's empty, okay. Already got another Paragon point. Nice. Zell is just wrecking everything. That's so nice to see. That's a Necro. Ouch. 54 last night. Yeah, it's all, to me, it's all about getting to tier 4. It's all about getting to tier 4. Look at that. You get stuck sometimes. I'm going to make another attempt at tier 4 today. Nick Flo is really having a good time, seems, on this game, too. It's like... When I first started beta on this game, I was a little, you know, I was a little concerned. I'm like, I don't know. But once the game launches and then you work into all these systems, especially that Paragon board, it's like, oh my god, the variety of your progressions on that Paragon board are insane. Now, you know, there's always going to be meta builds and stuff like that, but the game just launched. They're already, the first 2 seasons they're already working on, and the first 2, there's a boss over here. And the first 2 expansions they're already working on. So, there's be mountains of content, and it just better be good. You know, just making content's not enough, it has to be good. If you need a lot of gold, just farm yellows and just sell them all. If you get bored or whatever, play in groups. Do those events where you form up with pugs. Even that's kind of fun. You know, to play with groups and you'll realize the power of the group. You're like, damn, we're synergizing. Slay wildlife. We're just looking for the wildlife bosses or something. The entire player base is kind of progressing at the same pace. So you're seeing everyone get stronger now in this game. The world bosses are getting easier, like really, you know. It's really good to see. It's like everyone's starting together. Zella's just frickin' wrecking stuff. Big thing for me are going to be the shout cooldowns. He's even freezing stuff. Wow. Everything that just got melted. I like when they have events inside the dungeon too. What do you mean, Bjorn? Oh, that's a cow. You mean, is it worth buying? If you're rich, it's worth buying? Dude, I'm getting so many drops right now. Another dead end, Zell. I would definitely recommend the game, and now that you could just what's funny is all you need is the standard edition now, because you don't really, you know, there's no reason to buy the $90 version. You just buy the cheapest version. The main reason to buy the more expensive version was for the early access. Don't need that anymore. The power of group play is amazing. So I just need one more dungeon after this, and I'll have enough renown to get the 4 extra Paragon points, and then I'm gonna try World Tier 4 again, just to see if it goes better, you know. Good job, Zell. Another dungeon done. Let's check. Just need one more. Might as well do a dungeon. Screw the side quests. And we gotta go clean up, that's for sure. Zell, you're blocking my waypoint. Okay, there it is. So look at everyone's in their 50s. Even Nick Flo's in the 50s. And, yeah, and then you come into Tier 3, and then it's, you know, after a while you're blasting everything in Tier 3. Now we gotta get in Tier 4, and then slowly get to the point where we're blasting everything in Tier 4. I'm trying to, I mean, I want to get there, but I want to make sure I got a lot of materials. Or, you know, just want to get there. What do we got here? Anything? Sometimes I just throw the stuff in the bank. Then look at it later. Because sometimes I want to whirl. This one I definitely don't need. 698 on the gloves. Crit, overpower, strength. No. I think I'll just vendor... Ooh, 697.
Impressive.
More damage. CC enemies, yes. Overpower and crit. I don't... My crit strike chance is too low. It's just too low right now. I'm not, like... Well, it's 9%. 9.5%. I don't know what the goal is here on crit strike. What you're trying to get that to. This is a one-hander. The damage doesn't matter. The DPS doesn't matter. Let's get, I'm gonna vendor. I want to stack more gold.
Sometimes the best defense is a stronger offense. Let's get you offensive. Well struck.
I'm gonna sell all these yellows. This is from one little dungeon run. And then these I'll put in the bank and analyze them later. I need one more dungeon, Zell, if you'd like to stick around. It's up to you. No pressure. I figure in World Tier 4, the 20%, okay, yeah. Getting, man, crit chance, you know. Oh, you hit Tier 4 at level 54? Yeah, I gotta get over there. I tried it at around level 54 and I couldn't get past the first set of mobs. It's recommended for 70 plus. Rousey. That's crazy. One more dungeon in Sox Glen. Anything interesting here? Oh, let's do... I don't know. Zell probably already has all the dungeons that are for Necromancer. Whirlwind, see Whirlwind. There's stuff here that's great for Whirlwind. Where's the stuff... Where's the stuff for, like, HOTA? You know, frickheads. Well, I'm just going to do anything then. I don't know if people use this one, but it seems like maybe it's not so bad. Oh, really? So, are there some Necromancer stuff you don't have? Because I'll run a Necromancer. I just need something in Soxglen. Tell me a dungeon in Soxglen that you need. And then I'll go there. Here's Vault of the Forsaken. You gain 3 maximum essence per active minion. If you don't need anything, I'll go do the Druid. Anything with Druid, because I'm going to make a Druid. Vault of the Forsaken. Is Nick still playing a rogue? I don't know. I don't know too many rogues. You don't have the one... Okay. So let's go there. One more dungeon, then we'll break up. And then I gotta work on my paragons. And then I'm gonna make an attempt On World Tier 4. Solo at first, so I'll just try solo. Dude, I feel like when I see this, I just want to kill. I'll probably be trying to stack some gold. I feel like I don't need gold, but I think I'm going to soon. I have a lot of veiled crystals. That's not a problem. You're not playing rogue. You're an assassin? What does that mean? Hello is playing rogue. Okay, nice. What does that mean? It means you are a rogue, but you're an assassin rogue. I don't know. Is there a class called an assassin? I want to make a druid, but that's going to... Oh, these are the two things we probably... We probably need the key. That's probably where we need to put the key. I don't know. Let me go over there and look at this. What is this? What are these things? These little things on my map. Oh, bodies. Is that part of a quest or something? I had these little things on my map.
Angels. The great hall looks magnificent. But I must pass on a request from the man of the house.
Zell's gonna solo this thing for me. I don't have to do anything.
Restitched in gold. You know how Domin is. Wants to give his boy a proper coming of age. A ceremony fit for king.
I think this must be a quest. I don't know. I don't know if Zell had... There's the keep key right there. Maybe that's just part of the dungeon. Get the key, use the key. Does this an end here? Is this a loop? Yeah. Sacred Amulet. So let's go. I got the key. Oh, D2 had an assassin class. Okay. What's this over here? Nope, that's an end. There's a chest over here. Let's pull a runner. Man, Zell is proving that the Necro is looking pretty good. I think maybe it's a one-man army, you know.
Low on fury.
I think group play, I want to see more... well, they do have some group play activities, but it's really good to see that. It's really... I feel like the game really shines in groups. It's just fun to see all the explosions and everything. HOTA is still hanging in there. I think at some point it's going to start breaking down Call of the Ancients, and then I'll be switching at some point probably into Wrath of the Berserker. Collect Animus. A whole bunch down here. Does it end down here? I don't think so. There's still more something. The synergy between classes, you got some classes that are like freezing everything. The only thing in this game that feels, you know, to me, world bosses still, they just don't feel like they belong. I don't know. What about like a 10-man instanced raid or something, you know? It shows up like, you know, a few times a day or something. There's already a lot to do though, so it's not a problem. I mean, I'm not running out of stuff to do. The big thing I'm going to be doing now is going to be upgrading my glyphs with the nightmare dungeons. What's going on in here? Crazy. This is an event within the dungeon, is what this is. I think there's great synergy between a good Necro and the Barb. I think there's great synergy there. But maybe there's great synergy between all the classes. I don't know. I have the key. I am the key master. Are you the key master? What? We got to get another key from where? Oh, we got to get Animus. Okay. Where's the rest of the map? To get the... Oh, it's over here. Down here, probably. Yikes. That's a long travel. Oh, okay, great. Is that it? Yeah, good. Zell is a one-man wrecking crew. I think with new expansions and content in this game, they need, you know, they need to keep it, they need to add, you know, they need to add some new things, you know, something. Not just add on to what they've already done. Thank you. That's another aspect. Never have to worry about again forever. Forever and ever and ever. Watch this, guys. Watch this. Boom! Fractured Peaks is done. Now Sox Glen is done. You know what? This is a lot of work. It's a lot of work to get this done. So every character that I create in the future forever will have skill point, extra potion capacity, skill point, max obols, and when they get to 50, 4 paragon points. On each of these, if I complete them. Fractured is done. Here's Dry Steps. Hawazar, Kazakhstan is here. And then we just just now we finished Sox Glen. I was working on this off stream yesterday. Just doing what I can. Getting as many altars as I can. I can't believe, like, I keep searching and searching. I'm like, did I get this one? Did I get this one? Did I get this one on the altars? There's still 4 left. Thank you, Zell. I'm going to go ahead and Thank you so much. So you made it nice and easy. That Necro's looking really good. My first attempt at World Tier 4. I'm definitely going to try solo, just to see if I could progress any better than what I did last time. Last time I died to the first group of mobs. I got wrecked. Just completely destroyed. I learned yesterday that no need to chase all resistance or whatever. It's better to chase armor. That's what Gale was saying. Okay, let's go back to a major town. I'll take these. This, like, for a while, I'll take the yellows and just vendor them, just to stack up the gold. I don't think I'll ever sell legendaries for gold, but you never know, that might be something that you gotta do at some point, I don't know. Helltide is going to always be important because of the Forgotten Souls. It's just kind of a crazy place. And the mystery chests looks to me like they move. They don't all, even if they're in one place, they move to another. That's what it looks like to me based on what happened to me yesterday. I couldn't get to one. It disappeared after I found it. It disappeared. Yeah, they moved. Yeah, they moved. That happened to you too. I was there, I was ready to go, and I'm like, where to go? Where to go? Main thing I want are the Forgotten Souls.
This will do nicely.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need? Use it well.
Okay, we're all cleaned up. Let's go check the Paragon board. And the Martial glyph is the one I'm gonna be doing nightmares to upgrade this, because it expands the range. Yeah, it grants more bonus percent to the magic items within range. If I get it to 15, the range expands, I guess. So what am I gonna do here? I need to get 5 more strength within range. So, I'm not going to pick a normal node, I want magic nodes, because this grants bonuses to magic nodes. Here's strength here within range. I'm going to pick this magic node. It's not going to qualify, but eventually at 15, the range is going to expand, and then it should be encompass this one. This here, this here. So I got the bonus now, and I still got 3 left. I probably are going to start working out this way to get the next connection. Let me just check my cheat sheet. This one's going this way too. I think it's going to try to grab this one. Or is it? Willpower? No, it's going up. Got strength. Go here, then here. What is this? Int? I don't know why it's going up here. Probably because of the expansion. That's not even a magic node. I don't know why it's doing that. Maybe to cap int or something. It's going up here and grabbing this one here. Damage to elites. Good. Movement speed, damage to elites. So it's coming over here. So I'll throw, I'll start working out here, I guess. I don't know why it's picking this one, the Ent. But maybe there's a reason why, I don't know. Come over here and then up here and cap this one. And then, damn it, look at all these. Look at these, the damage to elites, movement speed after killing elites. So I'm gonna go up here and then come over here and work out to the next board. I love this system. Yeah, to me, anyone that is playing this game without a guide, you had 9 million. Wow. Yeah, anyone that's playing this game without a guide, I mean, hats off to you, you know. I mean, you're a god gamer. I got my first playthrough on this game, I gotta have a little bit of help. And this whole Paragon board's gonna change for endgame. This guide is basically 50 to 75. Okay, so that helped a lot. We got the bonus on this after casting a shout. The active cooldown of every other shout skill is reduced by 1.2 seconds. I think pretty soon here I need to probably get rid of Coda and switch into Wrath of the Berserker. But let's just get a gut check here on see if I can do a little bit better. I got a lot more armor now. See if I can, on the capstone dungeon, see if I can get a little bit further. Last time I tried this, I got destroyed immediately. So let's see if I'm a little bit tankier. Where's that thing? Probably not too far away. It's right here. See if I can do a little bit better. Paragons are definitely going to help. A lot. And then whatever happens here, I'm going to go do nightmares and continue upgrading the martial glyph, I think. For the bonuses. And I got to get to tier 3 on the nightmares in order to unlock the salvaging and upgrades of sigils. See, I mean, the primal mount, I mean, I'm not using... I mean, if I had it, I probably wouldn't even use it. I just like, to me, a mount is a mount. I don't know if Zell has attempted World Tier 4 or not. Yeah, are you playing, let me tell you, what is that guy when someone's trying to sell you something? Have you heard of PoE? Would you accept PoE into your life? People are walking around, yeah, D4, people are walking around, knocking on doors with pamphlets, you know, PoE pamphlets. Would you accept PoE into your life? It's 10 times better than Diablo. Why? Because Diablo doesn't have an overlay. This game's trash, it doesn't have an overlay. I do wish I could pull the screen back a little bit on field of view. I feel like it's a little too close up. Console players are like, yeah, really? Look at what we had to do in Neverwinter, and you PC players are complaining about it being too close in. This is the, I got destroyed on the first group of mobs here. Have you heard the word? PoE is 10 times better. Don't play this game. I got destroyed first group of mobs. Then we went in with a team and we all got wrecked in our 50s. Am I in the right place? This place seems different. Well, I can't get anywhere. I guess I'll just exit. Enter the antechamber. What is this? Sigil of... What is this? Do I get a choice? This thing has kind of changed. Am I in the right place? I don't remember doing it. Okay, here we go. Big test. Is it... Can I get a little bit further? How tougher these mobs are. I actually survived my first group of mobs, unlike before. Unlike before. So I'm already satisfied. It's already a success. Why is this dungeon like... Shouldn't this come later? That should be like an end boss or something. Look at this. I mean, the ramp up between, like, doing, like, Tier 2 to Tier 3 compared to getting from Tier 3 to Tier 4. I mean, the ramp up is just incredible. I wonder if it would be better now if me and Zell did this, you know? Now, this is recommended. You know, I know there's people doing this earlier, but, I mean, it is recommended for level 70. So, you know what I mean? You know. I'm just being very cautious. I would just like to get into Tier 4 so that I could slowly grind mobs and start getting some gear. You know what I mean? Just slowly start grinding some mobs, get some gear. Uh-oh. Okay, that went okay. It's just when there's a whole bunch of big guys, I mean, I'm like, oh, like crap. So I've already made huge improvements. Yeah, let's see how it goes here. I think, like, maybe, like, I don't know. Maybe it's worse with a group. Because then they're overtuned even more. But you got, Zell's has some range. And, you know, and I have close-up and he's got range, so, and he's freezing stuff, so... we might have good synergy just with us two. One mob is doing, like, why won't you die? I mean, I've already gotten way further than before, so... Yeah, well, I mean, I'm in here now alone, so... I don't know. Let's see how far I get. I think me and Zell have good synergy. For just 2 players, you know, maybe 2 players is the way to go on a lot of stuff. Because it's ramped up, but it's not over ramped up. Because it's going to be hard for me to tank with 4 players. These suckers are so tanky. Jesus. I gotta kill the buffer. Buffer's dead. These dudes are just the worst. Is this guy vulnerable or not? Okay, he's down. Okay, let me... Yeah, it is crossplay. Absolutely. For the record, NWO would have probably made a fun FPS or third-person game. What's NWO? Never heard of it. New World Online? I didn't know it was called New World Online. I need a mental break. Oh crap. A lot of stuff that was killing us before was like ground effect stuff. I want to try to like avoid that as much as possible. Oh, that was a good hit on me. Oh my god, it's getting crazy in here. Look at these dudes. There better be some globes around here. There better be some globes. And, I don't know what I would want to take here. Maybe just some armor buff. I don't have to worry about... I don't know what resistances I would need. I might as well take something. Attack speed. Evade. I keep forgetting about evade. That's my spacebar. If I get stuck, press spacebar. Crit chance? That I didn't make. Some of those were given to me. Okay, we go back here. Necro, barbs. Yeah, I mean, and Zell is a necro too. If I can complete this, I don't mind going... If I can complete this, or not, I could still do tries with other people. You know what I mean? I do think necros and barbs have a good synergy. Do I need the other one? I don't think I'm going to complete this. I just feel like something's bad's going to happen. Like maybe right now. I gotta learn to use my evade more, that's for sure. Let me get rid of the ads. Then mano a mano. Mano o mano. The worst thing is going to be these exploding dudes. You had to bring them into the game, didn't you? Let me take a break. It's crazy. I think Necros and Barbs are synergized good together. Because I think Barbs help keep some of the aggro off of the Necro. Something like that. But who knows? The Necro have their own little army. I need a lot of little breaks here. I can't believe I've made it this far. 2 days ago, I got wrecked by the first group of mobs. I think the little exploding guys, you gotta kill them quickly. I'm doing full clear. Because I'm getting experience for this too. And I think I'm almost about ready to get another Paragon. So, I mean, I could I could just keep trying this until I succeed. I'll get gear, I'll get Paragon points, but I want to do some Nightmare Dungeons too. I gotta upgrade that thing. What is this? Oh, okay, I gotta go get the thing. Yeah, I think there's something... Oop. Oh, you're saying aggro doesn't work? I have this right here. Challenging Shout. Taunt nearby enemies right here. How's it going, Gale? 4 times and I killed them all. Oh, you did? You were able to solo... How's it going, Chio? You know, I've noticed the player base is getting stronger. The player base is getting stronger, no doubt about it. It's good to see. We did the world boss in about 90 seconds last night on the server I was on. I want to get this guy over here. We're going elite damage. That's where we're going. Up here and into here. And then these 3. I want to upgrade this glyph. I get more damage from Nightmare Dungeons than from bosses. Yeah, I don't know, man. Don't see much point running high-tier dungeons until they fix them. So you're saying there's something broken, especially if you're on hardcore. If you're able to solo butchers now, do you see how this game is going? Everyone's getting stronger, finally. The first time I did the world boss, it took forever, and I died 5 times. 6 times. Last night, we did it in less than 90 seconds. So it's good to see. The whole player base, it's picking through a python right now. So everyone's getting stronger. We're reaping the benefits of our work. It's not that the game is too easy, it's that everyone's working hard. I can't believe I've gotten this far. I wasn't expecting that. This is my second attempt at a WT4, and the first attempt went very badly. Holy frick, dude.
I'm not ready yet.
These dudes here are the worst. What was that?
I must wait.
Those dudes are the worst. Maybe I should get like, should get lightning damage or something. Lightning resist. Good. I mean, you know. I don't mind doing this. I get XP, I get gear. The only thing I'm not getting is glyph stuff. I think at some point HOTA is going to break down, and then I'll have to go Wrath of the Berserker or something. Yeah, I think I need to learn to use evade more. You know, my space bar. I think it's going to be get kind of important. Corpo, normal enemies, and can shoot you before you have a chance to see them. Yeah, I don't know. It's, you know, it's like, it's the hardcore life. If you're on hardcore, you know, you really have to worry. Can you imagine, Gale, if you die? If Gale is on hardcore, right? If you die to some cheap thing or something or some bug, it's over, you know. But you do get to keep, like, if you work on a hardcore character and you get all this renown and stuff, at least you get to keep all that stuff you worked for. You just have to make a new character. Damn it! I didn't see the exploding dude. Just being too casual. One exploding dude killed me. That's my first death. Just being too casual. You gotta kill those dudes. Death by exploding dude. You gotta kill them or run. Otherwise, it's over. Death by exploder. When we were in a party of 4 coming into here, we were getting surrounded by exploders. I don't know if I would recommend doing this as a party of 4. I don't know. Where do I need to go, anyway? Am I in some kind of death loop here? Exploder. It's not fair. You know what? I just need to ignore them. Exploders, let them explode. I think they have their own timer, and you just let them explode.
I can't use that.
Huh? Fight in progress. What does that mean? It's the only thing that's hurting me right now. So maybe I should just ignore them and just stay away from them. I think they explode on their own. Does this start over? I think they explode on their own. Just let them... I don't know if they explode on their own or not. I hate those things. That's the only thing I've died to.
Not ready yet.
See? Yeah, he explodes on his own. Screw those damn things. I gotta evade out. I just gotta space bar out if I get near them. Look at those things. They explode on their own. And then there's more of them. Let my guys take care of them. Now there's more of them. So evade becomes, like, important now. They get close to me, I gotta evade out. Otherwise, I let them do their thing, you know. I don't know, so far, but I've died twice. But I've only died to exploders, you know. You gotta kite them into enemies, yeah. Or, you know, or kill them before they kill you, you know. Haven't grinded renown. Oh, you haven't done that yet, okay. Yeah, Gale's doing something, Gale's doing the hardcore chase to 100. Man, though, those last 15 levels, right, Gale's gonna take a long time. Yeah, the tier 4 CC, yeah, you know, I'm doing, like, better than I expected, but I'm learning. Those little frickin' freaks. What? I keep pressing this. What am I supposed to do? Maybe I already have one? I know I'm carrying one. Maybe you can only carry one, I guess. So far, I've been okay, except for the little exploders. It's just... What? It's such a ramp up from the other one. Oh my god. That's 3 deaths. I just don't think I'm ready. Just not good enough. Just not good enough. This guy's a poison freak. Okay, I just got to learn. Exploders, I'll take care of that the next time. Poison dude, you know, be more careful where you're standing. Here's more dudes here. Oh my god, are you serious? Are you freaking serious? Are you serious? I don't know, guys. I don't know how you do it. I don't know how you do it, man. You haven't... I think... damage to undead. Yeah, I mean... I don't know how you guys do this solo. Yeah, I don't know how. Just don't know how you do it. Are you, I mean, how many, like, are you doing it deathless? People on hardcore are doing this, you know. I gotta use evade a lot or something. Look at all this crap. Okay, the other thing is I need to kill the buffer. The frickin' buffer needs to go. I'm just getting, like, gangbanged. Where's that buffer? Okay, that's pretty good. Get these guys out. Did I kill the buffer? Look at how many people are here. I mean, Jesus. I mean, look at this. How do you do this solo? How? Oh my god. Okay, I think I've reached my end. It's gonna cost me a fortune to repair. I gotta watch, like, I don't know what to do, man. I'm not ready. Maybe at level 70 I'll be ready to solo. I mean, I did better, I did okay, but damn. Yeah, this is the capstone. This is the capstone. You did it at 70. So, yeah, you tried at 58. Yeah, I'm level 60. So, I don't know. Maybe, like, I'm level 60. So... I definitely did better, and I know if I go again, I know better how to handle the exploders. There'll be fewer deaths. That one group right there, I don't know if those are undead or whatever, but that's a lot of stuff. I don't, you know. So that's the next point. It's recommended for 70 plus. I don't know how people are doing it early unless they're going in groups or something. I don't know. I might as well sell this because I'm going to need a lot of gold.
Well struck.
I mean, the last time I did this, I died to the first group. I don't know how you did this at 54. What class were you playing? Do it... Oh, I see. So, wait a minute. So, this capstone dungeon, what level is this? Are they level 72? Use aspects that give me barriers, bubbles. Oh, that's right. There's one that gives you a bubble. I actually have that one. Maybe I should put that on. So I'll have to take a look at that. There's a one for the bubble. So maybe there's actually specific aspects that really help with this. The bubble you get, and it's like every 90 seconds or something like that. Yeah, I gotta remember that. Whirlwind. Yeah, well, that doesn't count. Whirlwind barbs don't count. Sorry. So it's 72 to 73. So one of my problems is I'm too, like, if you get, I'm just joking about the whirlwind. Kind of. The, if I get to 70, it's probably going to be a lot easier when I get to 70. Because they're only going to be a couple levels ahead of me. Maybe that's the thing. But that bubble thing, I'm going to remember that. Because I know I have it. And I'm like, should I use that? You know. And I've been trying to save my, you know, I'm trying not to use up all my resources until I get to tier 4. And then I probably should go into Wrath of the Berserker maybe and get rid of HOTA. I don't know. Not sure yet. That's something I'll look at. Don't worry about resources. Reroll Shadow Res away from your helm. If you're under-leveled, you both do less damage to enemies and they do more to you. Okay. Resource stats are useless. Let's go dump this in the bank. I think the one that the guy was talking about was what about this one? Becoming injured while crowd control grants you unstoppable. I wonder if people are using that. Let's bring that over. Let's just take a look and see what you guys think about these. If I do this in a group right now, I'll probably get smashed, you know, while we move in. Okay, barrier I already have. When hit, while not healthy, a bubble is summoned. Is this the one that Rousey's talking about? Oh, get elemental resist? Yeah, I mean, I heard armor is the way to go. Yeah, I heard armor is the way to go, so that's what I've been focusing on. I'm at 4,600. And so I initially thought resistances was the way, and everyone's like, no, no, armor, armor, armor. Plus my paragons. So is this the one? I know we're kind of all over the place here. I have one, like, you know, let's see. I have one like, let's just take a look at these. So, Rousey, is this the one you were talking about? While not healthy, a magic bubble is summoned for 3.5 seconds. Is this the one you were using? And what do you guys think about this one? Becoming injured while CC'd grants you unstoppable. This is the one. Okay, so let me take a look at that. And forget this one for now. Yeah, Gale always... Why does Gale always get into arguments with people? I don't know why. Gotta calm down. It's always Gale is the one who gets in arguments with people. Not sure why it is. That's like 4 times now. Let me heat up this coffee. Well, if you just learn to, like, handle it more gracefully instead of, like, attacking or whatever. Be more graceful about it. Learn to have some, you know, learn to be more polite in chat. Let me fix this up a little bit. I'll be back in a minute.
Let's go!
Before I forget, let me go repair. And then my paragons, I'm gonna get Thor. Thanks for the sub. I appreciate that. Yeah, just block each other, but you know, Gale, you're always the one that starts it. I mean, if people are trying to help and they're wrong, it's okay if they're wrong. We'll work it out. They're not trying to mislead me. They're just like, you know. Now, what am I going to do? Let me repair first. Just because you're hardcore level 84 or whatever doesn't mean
Let's go!
Doesn't mean you have the right to just dominate the conversation. How's it going, Bossage? Thanks for the sub. Thank you, guys. That's 2 in a row. That's like $6 for me. Thank you. I'm a senior citizen on a very small pension. Thank you. It helps a lot. Thank you. 116,000? Okay, whatever. It was worth it. I learned a lot.
Hammer sings on your return.
Take your big dick and stop swinging it into everyone's face so much. That's all I'm saying. I might already have this on, while not healthy, a magical bubble. I might have that here. I'm not saying I'm gonna like I got more stuff to do. I already know what I'm gonna do. That was a nice measure for me. I am a senior citizen. Did you guys know that? I am a senior citizen. Yeah, you're not trying to show you. That's the thing. Be humble. Be humble, you know. Say, well, based on what I heard on Crip's video, he said that you don't need this. That's what I heard. And apparently it's been tested. Instead of saying, you're wrong, blah, 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 blah. Have some tact. Learn some proper, you know, way to approach things when you know you're right and someone else is wrong. Learn the approach. Let's see if I already have it. Yeah, I already have one here. When hit while not healthy, a magical bubble is summoned around you. So, not healthy means I'm already 35%. Correct? So, if I'm already 35, I'm already injured. I think that means not healthy means injured, I think. Healthy characters have more than 80% life. So, it's only 80 and below. It's not injured. So, this is going to proc pretty quickly. So maybe this is good to have. Now this is helm, chest, pants, amulet, shield. Helm, chest. I've been holding on to this one forever. Amulet, this one could go. I don't know if this is helping or not. This heal, you heal for life per second. Is this good? What is your guys' opinions on this? You heal for so much life per second for each close-up enemy, up to 249 life per second. You know. I gotta have barrier. Up to 40% chance to reduce cooldowns when you inflict bleed on elites. I think this procs a lot. I think 80, if you're below 80%, I think you're not healthy. You know, I think you're not healthy. Thank you guys for those subs. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, exactly. Injured is 35% and less. I found it in the wording interesting. When you're not healthy. Healthy is 80 and above. So 79 and below is not healthy. So it's gonna be pretty good. I think it's gonna happen a lot. Maybe this is something to have, like, you know, I don't know which one I would put it on though. And this is there an aspect for this? You know what I mean? Is there a codex for that? Because I'd rather use that right now than me potentially. Is it utility? Becoming injured. I don't know if there's a, is there a... Is there a bubble from a dungeon, I wonder? You know what I mean? So that I always have it available. It's got to be a shield, I would think. Is it this? It's a, is it a utility? It doesn't look like there's a dungeon for that particular aspect, so maybe it's pretty important. Oop. Well, this would be for all classes, so. So that barrier looks to me like, I mean, right guys, there's aspects that are not in the dungeons. There's like... So I think there's some aspects that only come from gear, that you can't get from a dungeon, I think. I hit T4 54 level. I don't know what the hell's... I don't know. Like, I just know that Gale's the one that seems to get in it with everyone. That's all I'm saying. It's always Gale. There's a pattern. Hey, how come I'm not... Am I using this? Your shout skills generate 2 fury per second while active. I better be using this. You know what I'm saying? I better be using this somewhere. Like, I better be using that one. Like, seriously. That should be a no-brainer. Screw the heal. I think, what was that? Echoing Fury? That should be a no-brainer. Disobedience, Might, Numbing Wrath, Echoing Fury, Chieftain, Exploiter's Aspect, Aspect of Disobedience. You gain increased armor for 4 seconds whenever you deal any form of damage. I need to make some changes to my aspects. Yeah, all right, Gale, let's go. We'll go to court over it. You're the one that's always involved. Need to calm down. This one, okay, I already have one here.
Are you gonna get your act together?
I have proof too. I have proof that you're always the one that's involved with fights in chat. That's the proof I have. I don't know why that is. There's my proof. You gain... What's this one called? I wish they had the name on here. You gain fury per second while berserking. Let's see. I want this one. I want Aspect of Disobedience. Each point of fury generated while at maximum fury grants Fortify. Your shout skills generate fury per second. I gotta have that one. Echoing Fury. And then Exploiter's Aspect too. So, I think I'm gonna start replacing some... I mean, I think I did okay, but I should be... I think that barrier I need for now, and then... so, let's see, what do I do? I gotta overlay... I want to try to use my standard codex if I have it. You know. So, this one... Like, which one... This one is... This one here... You gain fury while berserking. This one I have to have. Let's see, what do I want to do? Show my class only. I want... Can I put Echoing Fury on there? I don't even know. Right here. Your shout skills grant 2 fury per second while active. Because my shouts are going for a long time, and I'm popping them a lot, you know. And I'd rather use from the codex, because I don't want to consume, like, a bunch of stuff. What's it using? Oh, good. I got a lot of those materials. So let's just make some changes. And fury generation is a big problem for me. Where's the bubble? I want the bubble. The bubble, the bubble, the bubble. Where's that going to go? Right here. 5. Ooh, this is max. This is max. 5 seconds. Max. What's the one I'm holding? That's 3.5. Let's use this one up. Let's extract this. Use that one. You have a level 99 chat persona. This coffee's good, guys. We get new people coming into the stream, trying to do their best to help, and then we got an attack dog here that goes after them, and then those people never come back. There's your proof.
Kill confirmed.
Kill confirmed. Okay, let's look at this again.
Kill confirmed.
%20 increase crowd control duration volume is unstoppable. You deal. I think this. I think that's a good one. Okay, let's go one thing at a time. Echoing Fury, is that on now? That's on. Your shout skills generate fury per second while active. It's at the low end of the range. This one I have to have. This one here is, like, I don't know if that's any good. Let's see what else there... Oh, no. What? What's a big one? Can I put the barrier on there? I want the low barrier, not the good barrier. Look at this, that's 5 seconds. This is 3.5. Damn, it's using 5 of these? Get out of here, dude. Give me a break. Everything's so expensive. Cooldown, your shouts generate per second while active. This is on the low end, unfortunately, because I'm using from the codex. And the other thing I need is... Numbing Wrath? Is he using Numbing Wrath? He is. Each point of fury generated grants Fortify. This one, helm, chest, armor, amulet. Helm, chest, pants, amulet. Helm, chest, chest. Oh, sacreds you can't imprint on sacreds, I guess. Pants, basic skills deal 20% damage reduction. I'm still using basic skills. Let's see if that's in here. It is. So this, I guess you can't imprint on sacreds. You know what I mean? There was a patch yesterday, but I don't think there were any nerfs in the patch. I know there was a patch yesterday. By the way, guys, in Discord, I put a new channel in that's called the Event Tracker. So everything, all the events are getting posted to there with like countdowns and stuff. So I added that, and I created a new chat channel. So like whatever, the Hell Tides, you know, it's all being posted in there in real time with countdowns. Legion event, Hell Tides, World Bosses are all being automatically posted into that channel in Discord. Why am I doing all that? Because from what I could see, yeah, it's a unique. So uniques you can't do. So it's like so can I don't even know, can I extract from a unique? I don't even know if I can extract. No, you can't even extract from a unique. It's basically an imprinted piece of gear. Right? It's just basically an imprinted piece, so I can't do anything with this except replace it. I don't know how often this procs, to be honest with you. And it's at the very high end of the range. 40% chance to reduce cooldowns. It's at the very top of the range. I don't know how good this is. I don't know if it's like, hey, you're lucky to have that. Okay, what was this again? I want that frickin'... Okay, Echoing Fury we have. Shout skill, and this is the low end of the range. Your shout skills generate 2 fury per second while active. When hit while not, here's the bubble. I replace the heal with the bubble. And this is 5.3. Did I pick the good one? I think I picked the good one. Whenever you cast a shout, okay, we got that. Has to be on. Gotta have that. And this is at the low end because I thought I would be getting a better piece of gear. This is at the low end. I have better ones for this. I'm gonna need to, you know, when I get a better one and better gear. I was hoping I can get to tier 4 and then replace this. Each point of fury of maximum grants next core skill damage. I don't know if that's that great, to be honest. Each point of fury you generate while at maximum. Yeah, that's part of that build. Attacking enemies with basic. Yeah, because the basic skill eventually is going to go away. It's eventually going to go away. So, I don't know if this is a keeper or not. This one here. I'm using my basic skill, but eventually that's going to go away, and that'll be worthless. Deal 38% increased damage while you have barrier active. How long is barrier active for? That is part of the build. That is part of the build. You have 20% increased crowd control duration while enemies are unstoppable. I feel like I almost have, like... Whenever you deal direct damage while berserking... I don't know, man. This one about distant enemies have a 8% chance to be stunned for 2 seconds when they hit you. I don't know how, like, I don't know if that's good or not. You deal increased damage to stunned enemies. Again, that's if you have ground stomp, I would think. I mean, I'm not doing any stuns. So, I don't know about that. Maybe the bubble would have really helped me on that last run. I got overwhelmed. I got overwhelmed. And I think another big thing is, I added this, right? Your shout skills generate... Did I just add this? I would love to have the 4 on this. The shout skills generate fury while active. I mean, I gotta have that. These are all kind of low-end things. So I think this is the best I could do for now. I think the most important thing, guys, now that that's done, is this right here. More paragons, more levels. What was Myth saying earlier? The closer you get to 70, the better it's going to be for you in the capstone dungeon, because they're like level 72 to 73 or something like that. So I'm getting a smack. I feel like I'm just doing the best I can, but I think my level for me is just too low, based on factors, you know. And maybe my build isn't as good as some other people's. I think, like, look at this, where I'm going next. Damage to elites. Damage to elites. I just need a few more Paragon points. Damage to elites. We're not that far away from Dex either on that. Damage to elites. Look at where the next points are going. Look at all the damage to elites I'm going to be getting. So my next 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 points are going right here. All damage to elites, you know. I just got rid of a heal aspect. I just got rid of one. In order to put, you know, in order to get that other thing in. So I had a heal one, but I got rid of it. In order to put the bubble on. If I get it again or whatever, I'll store it. But let's see just how this goes. I got to do some nightmare dungeons too. So I got to do some nightmare dungeons. I'm gonna start up. I'm gonna upgrade the Marshal. Marshal. And I think that, yeah. What can I do? And the other thing is, I think I need to. And then Zell got a good point. I think I need levels. You know, I just think I need some levels. And I need more Paragon points for damage to elites, like what I'm doing there. Yeah, they're Thorns builds, yeah. So, heal for life close enemy, I just got rid of it. I wasn't like, I just got rid of it. I had it. And I'm like, this is great. But I just got rid of it for the bubble. Let me do some nightmare dungeons, and I think I'm maybe I'm overthinking things. I just need to go do some nightmare dungeons and continue leveling. I'm only level 60, so maybe for me I need to be more levels, more paragons, and every like when I get to level 65, 68, it'll be easier to do the capstone, just because of the fact that they're level 72. That's my understanding. So I have to overachieve right now in order to deal with that. So I don't want to make too many changes because maybe there's no need to, you know, right now. Nightmares. Let's do some nightmares. I guess. I think I should kind of hold off, you know. Can you see? Yeah, resistance, yeah. And like I said, I was talking about resistances, and then everyone... Crip is saying or something that armor matters more than resistances. All healing, life on kill, armor 4622, armor contribution, dodge chance, fortify bonus, fire resistance 22, cold 37, lightning 22, poison 47, shadow 60, damage reduction from distance 20. Damage reduction from bleeding 19. Damage reduction while injured 17. Fortified class damage reduction. Did I get more of these? Mallwood. So I want to start working on I think I want to start working on Kazakhstan. for the renown. So guys, here's we have completed Fractured Peaks, and we have completed Sox Glen. Yeah, armor, that's why I keep hearing armor, and that's why I got an amulet that had a gem slot, and it was a pretty decent amulet. I threw that on and I threw a skull in. So, and my paragons are helping to build armor too. I just think, for me, where I'm at and everything, I did pretty good. I mean, I did pretty good. I know now the exploders, I need to either kite them or kill them quickly. One or the other, or both. A combo of both. The exploders were like the big thing. The real big problem in the capstone was that one point at the end where there's all those things and I just not doing enough. And maybe I need to get rid of HOTA. HOTA, I think, is starting to break down. And I think I need to go into Wrath of the Berserker. And HOTA, maybe its time is coming to an end. Even in Diablo 3, HOTA's time comes to an end eventually. And you get out of HOTA. I think we're getting closer to going into Wrath of the Berserker. So Kazakhstan, I think, is next to focus on. For me. For doing things. And if I have nightmares that are in Kazakhstan, especially if it's a dungeon that I haven't unlocked yet, you know, for the aspect. And if it's if it's for something else too. So I think we go down here. Plus I got a bunch of side missions down here to contribute towards the renown. So compared to where I did, like the other day, 2 days ago, I tried to do the capstone. I died to the first group of mobs. I couldn't get past the first group. So I'm getting somewhere. I just think I need more levels for me and more paragons and stuff like that. I don't want to keep redoing things and then realize, well, you keep consuming your materials and your problem is really it's just your play style and the fact that you need more levels, you know. That barrier, maybe that barrier is going to help. But that heal, I don't know what I'm going to lose now by giving up the heal. I don't know. And then the other thing is my skill choice. I think I need to get away from HOTA eventually here. And here's HOTA right here. I think it starts to break down. It didn't help me that much on that last group of mobs. What does Wrath of the Berserker do? Knocking back surrounding enemies and gaining berserking and unstoppable for 5 seconds. But look at the cooldown on this thing. For the next 10 seconds, dealing direct damage with basic skills grants berserking for 5 seconds. Interesting. So, then what's this? While Wrath of the Berserker's active, gain 20% increased movement speed and increased fury generation for 30%. But I'm getting fury generation with HOTA too. Well, that is active. Gain 50 fury. Every 50 fury you spend increases Berserk's damage bonus by 25%. So yeah, I used HOTA was great in D3 until a certain point. It's a good mid-game thing to use. Even the pros at max roll usually use HOTA up to a point. And then it falls off, you know. Yeah, and then I don't know. I mean, if there's a nightmare dungeon that does poison, I would probably pop an elixir for poison resist or something. Let's see how bad things are now that I lost the heal. Let's see how it goes. I think we're getting closer to me to work into this and get out of HOTA. Wrath of the Berserker. This is a high cooldown too, but I think I have some CDR or something going on for this. Let me do a night. So we're going to start working on Renown. I'm going to start working on Renown now in Kazakhstan. Should be a main town over here too. Yeah, I'm trying to get to tier 4, but I don't want to burn through all my resources either. And 48 minutes on Helltide. See, as soon as I want to do something, something else comes up. Should I go do Helltide? And let me go find out where the mysterious chests are. It's like this game, like I want to go do this, and it's like, oh wait, this is happening. Isn't that what you want in a video game? Isn't that what you want? You know? Yeah, poison to me, especially if you're doing hardcore, you know, I'm gonna skip this particular Helltide, because I want to, like, I want to do, like, what is all this? Is all like, what is all this red? This is all PvP zones down. I don't even know why this is all red. This is not Helltide over here. It's all PvP, is it not? The, do I have quests in PvP zones? I don't even know. I don't know what this red means. Anyway, this is PvP here. I don't think this is. How am I looking? Okay, equipment, everything's empty here. Yeah, let's see what happens. I lost my heal. That one particular heal. And let's see how it goes. Dungeons. Want to see if there's damage enemy with kick or ground stomp resets leaps cooldown. Jesus. Serious? Necro, Druid. Nothing for HOTA, huh? I don't mind doing Druid because I'm going to be... Anyway, let me look at the nightmares. Nightmares in Kazakhstan. That's what I'm looking for. Conclave in Kazakhstan. Burning damage. So that's fire. Do I even want to do tier 1s? Okay, let's see what I have. I just want Kazakhstan. And I want to upgrade stuff, but I might not get renowned, depending upon the dungeon. Shift to Ruins and Conclave. Let's check the map. Shift to Ruins and Conclave. Here's Shift to Ruins. I haven't done it yet. So, that's what we want. Why is this all red here? So we'll run, I'll do a Nightmare Dungeon and also get Renown at the same time. Yeah, I'm trying to think of what's the easiest way to look at this. The first tier 1 I did, Gale, it was a wake-up call. I'm like, what the hell is this? It's the spiders and poison. I'm like, what the hell is this? It's just tier 1. What the hell's going on? You'll see, I mean, you could see with me, there's no way I'm ever doing hardcore in this game. Ever. Ever. The depression, that I would go through. Like, let's say getting to level 80 or something. And then just dying because of some exploding thing or something, you know. It would just be terrible. I just don't know if I could handle it. This is Shift to Ruins. Let's pop Shift to Ruins. Right here. And that's burning. So I got some cheesy... Do I got some fire resist? Right here, 50. These are easy to make. Did I pop that or not? Yeah. I don't know. I want to finish this and then I want to upgrade the martial glyph. And then I get renowned too. So why not? Nightmare tiers don't scale. So it gets easier and easier. Oh, these frickin' things. So it gets easier. Nightmare, like... I want something to start getting easier for me. Are they? Oh, they're not following me. Or are they? They are. Okay, let's just see where we stand here. I don't get that heal anymore. Maybe I don't need it. Maybe I don't need the heal. That barrier might be my lifesaver. Do I have to kill everything? Return. I think I just pull a runner till I get where I need to go. I don't know. Get some XP. With ARPGs, it's like, oh, nice. Yeah, I mean, it's okay to grind mobs in here, I guess. Just got another sigil. I want to see if I notice the difference in losing the heals. You know what I mean? Losing the heal thing. I'm definitely going to be using evade a lot more. I never really even realized how important evade is. Man, I can't see in here. What the hell is this? What is all these explosions? I want my barrier to pop. I might force my barrier to pop at some point. See how it is. Bloodstones to shrines. I guess I need to find, like... Okay, what's the cooldown? Yeah, I think Wrath of the Berserker is pretty much the same. It's almost the same cooldown. Yeah, I gotta use evade a lot. No question about it. I gotta look at the ground. Definitely gonna be using evade a lot. And I think I'm already noticing Fury is being generated better now. Because when shouts are active, you know what I mean? I'm just running around. I actually don't even know where I'm supposed to go. Because I'm kind of making observations right now. I have something on my back, so I figure it's going to help me do something. Maybe I should spread out my shouts a little bit. I don't know. Why am I not... Okay. Do I need to get the other one now? So I need one more. Let's go over here and go this way. I mean, if I see a good group, might be worth farming. Yeah, I gotta use evade a lot. Hey, the bubble! Hey, that's my bubble. Okay, so the bubble is fixed. It stays in one area. And it's got like a 90-second cooldown, but it procced right there. The bubble, it doesn't stay with you. You are just like it's fixed, right? And I think 90 seconds is fair. I mean, I gotta remember, evade to me is so important. You don't realize it until, like, you know. What is this? And I do have a little bit more movement. You know what? I'm not really noticing the loss of the heal aspect. I'm not really noticing much. So, but maybe because I'm in low tiers or whatever. But I think I can live without it. The next few Paragon points... where am I going? The next few Paragon points are going to be really good for me. They're mostly damage against elites. So... Uh-oh. Yeah, evade is like, I'm like, you know, where have you been all my life? Why haven't I been using this? And then, like, I think Gale probably, you know, you're on hardcore. You know, it's probably really big. Evade alone, yeah, I mean, I just think it's like, I'm using it a lot now. Realizing the importance. The Fury while Shout is active is the one I have is on the low end.
I'm not ready yet.
Did I get it? Yeah, okay. Let's go back. I'm going to be working on the Martial Glyph. What? If I can get that to 15... first of all, it's going to increase the bonuses on the magic nodes, and then if I get it to 15, it'll extend its range. Hey, that's money. I'm hearing you're going to need a lot of gold. That's what I'm hearing. To be honest with you, I would prefer to solo. I feel like I don't belong in World Tier 4 unless I could solo the capstone. California family brand, what? California Gold? Is there a brand called California Gold? My Twitch name is You Lagged Out. Oh, we just lagged out and died there? I would like well, if you're hardcore and you die, you know, the capstone for 3 to get to tier 4, I would like to solo to get there, to be honest, as a, you know, for my own, you know, you know what I mean? I want to solo it, and then if other people want to group up at some point, that's fine. Yeah, I'm going to be selling a lot of yellows because I have a lot of veiled crystals and all that stuff. And when it comes to like nightmare dungeons or whatever, I feel like I'm moving through a little bit faster, but I'm not trying to do speed runs or anything like that. Travel to the something. The thing's just gonna keep following me, huh? Practice my evades. Hey! Look at the bubble. Oh, that's a bubble for finishing the dungeon, not my bubble. That's for finishing the dungeon. You get put in a bubble. Okay, we got another sigil here. I thought, hey, my bubble popped. Okay, we're gonna do the Martial. Martial. That one. Level 2 gets you 6 points. Okay. Did I get any paragons? No. Okay, I'll also get renowned for that one. I can just run another dungeon from here. Right from in here, as long as I don't have to clean up. I already have that. I'm looking at the aspects. Lucky hit. Yeah, I'd say, gold is, yeah, luckily gold is easy to get. High levels of boots get 2 to 3 extra charges to evade. Oh, yeah, that's right. There's that thing about extra charges to evade, too. But I'm seeing the benefit now of this of the space bar. Definitely. Okay, what do I have? I got some new ones. Have I gotten a tier 3 yet? Tier 3 will allow me to unlock... Here's a tier 4. Okay, that's dry steppes. Where's Kazakhstan? Right there, Conclave. I'm trying to do these at the same time. I got Shifter Ruins again. Conclave. Let's see if I've done that one yet. I can't think of it. Here it is right here. So it hasn't been done. Where am I? So I'll just transfer to here. So I'll pop that and do Conclave. Yeah, leveling glyphs. How's it going, Riddler? Leveling glyphs. So, but if you're spending 15 million to reroll stats, aren't you're consuming resources too? True or false? Or is it just a straight up gold cost on whatever it is you're doing?
Unusual, but a good addition to my wares.
Do I need to repair? Let me just check. I don't think I died anymore. And I'm just upgrading to 3 because it's easy. Conclave. Monsters deal damage as burning. This thing again. I'm not gonna pop any potion. I think I should be able to handle this. Tier 2s should be getting pretty easy now.
Not while I'm in town.
So we finished Renown in Fractured Peaks last week. Today we finished Renown in Shoxglen, and I'm going to work on Kazakhstan next to get it all done. As soon as we get patch notes for the first season, we will go over those and do full analysis on what it means. We get patch notes for first season, it's talk show time. That I think seasons are coming before any expansion. I think. I would think. Later today, they're doing the Xbox Showcase followed by Starfield Direct, the deep dive into Starfield by the developers. I don't know if I'm going to stream that or not, but I will be watching it. I might do a stream where we watch the VOD of the Starfield deep dive. The Xbox Showcase might take upwards of 2 hours, and most of those games I probably don't care about. It's just about Starfield. So Starfield Direct may not occur till late, like a little bit later today than what I thought. So yeah, I don't think I'm going to do it. Because after today's stream, go jogging, and then I'll probably just watch Xbox on the big screen, and I might just watch Starfield on the big screen, and then watch the VOD. Like I'll analyze, like I need to watch that and then analyze it. Maybe I'll watch the VOD and do a stream where I'm watching the VOD, and then I can stop it and say, look at this, and stop it again, say, look at this. it might be better to do that than to live reacting to it. I don't know. I might stream watching it. Depends on how I feel later today. Because sometimes I just want to relax and, you know, just kind of watch for myself. So I'm not sure how I'm going to handle it. I may not be streaming. I may or may not. The Xbox part, I definitely am not going to be streaming. That part. Unless I come in early. That might last up to 2 hours, the Xbox thing. Slay channelers. What's that? What's these bubbles, bro? He has a bubble too. I'll bet that's a channeler. It's channeling electricity. Yeah, I'm gonna pick up all the yellows and sell them. Might as well. I don't think there's much more gear that I really need. You know, it's all gonna come from World Tier 4. I think I just need more levels and more paragons. And my understanding is that someone said if you're level 60 going into the World Tier 3 capstone, you're going against enemies that are, you know, like 12 levels ahead of you or something. So just by me gaining levels, it's going to get easier. I don't know. Like, I'm not sure how that works. Are enemies actually doing more damage to me because they're higher level than me? Take away the gear and everything. So if I'm level 60 with this set of gear, and all my stats, and I don't change anything, and I go to level 65 without changing any stats and gear, I just leveled up. Is the enemies gonna be easier just because I'm closer to their level? Let's say I didn't do anything. I didn't make any more change. So they are harder just because they're more levels, not because of gear or skills or paragons or anything like that. So as I level up, the capstone's going to get easier even if I don't do anything. So that's good to know. That's like huge to me. That's huge information. So I'm really gimping myself by going in at level 60. Regardless of the gear and the skills and the passives and all that. That's really good to know. Do you hear all the sound? All this, it's like a bunch of glass breaking and it's just crazy. The more enemies that are in the area, the better my cooldowns on my shouts also. What is this guy's problem with this freaking gigantic dome? If there's enough enemies there, I'm getting 6 seconds on the cooldown. This is an event within the dungeon. Almost over. So while I'm in tier 3, world tier 3, I'll continue to try to cap renown. Level difference, a mechanic intended to prevent people from chasing into content they're not level to do. That's brilliant. So it just gives me a chance to continue to push into renown, to get all the renown done, and I don't really have to change too much. So see what I'm saying? Why should I, like, maybe I'm not really trying to chase too much now. My build is okay for now, and I'm just going to get levels. I'm going to get Paragon points. I'm going to upgrade glyphs, and every time I gain a level, I get closer, and the capstone will get easier and easier. Because I don't want to keep changing things, thinking that's what I need to do in order to finish the capstone. That allows me to continue to just accumulate resources and gold and all that kind of stuff. I want to do most of my changes in World Tier 4, not 3. I'd like to just forget, like, about that, you know. Unless I get some piece of gear that's, like, adds, you know, a bunch of levels to HOTA or something. I'm not really feeling the loss of the heal. I've got some heals going on in my skill tree. I'm not feeling a huge loss of the aspect heal, to be honest. But maybe that would be more when I do. Well, maybe I'll miss it during the capstone. I don't know. We'll see. What are you just trying to get some lab key? Okay, that's the entrance. Can I handle all these guys? I think so. You know what I'm sitting here thinking? Like, why am I so tanky against World Tier 3? You know, why am I so tanky? And then as soon as I go into the capstone dungeon, I'm like a nobody. And so I'm just looking for a reason, and it looks like the reason because of the level. You know, it's because of the level. That's part of it, you know. What am I supposed to... Oh, okay, just search the dude. I'm like, why can I handle... I can be completely surrounded in World Tier 3. And, you know, and then, but I go to the capstone and, like, boom, you're, you know, forget it. So part of the explanation, obviously, is the fact that the levels. Dude, I'm going to fill up on levels for sure. Okay, I think we're ready to go to... There's a lot of crap going on in here. What the hell was that? I thought that was the end of the dungeon, to be honest. Slay all enemies. Okay, here we go. Is that my shield? That's my shield right there. That popped. So I need to stay in, I guess. I need to read that tooltip again.
I must wait.
So that's once every 90 seconds. But I gotta remember when that shield comes out, it's fixed. One other thing I might be changing coming up, I think HOTA I might get rid of and start working into Wrath of the Berserker. I'm still finding HOTA to be pretty helpful in Tier 3. But I know I'm going to have to let go of it at some point. Am I going to fill up here? Damn, dude. I'm going to need that gold. I can do easy kind of like whispers, get in, so yeah. So, you know, I do definitely want to get to World Tier 4 for the gear, but I want to do it solo, you know. 3 till 72. Yeah, at 70, I could, yeah. And I got stuff to do. I got Renown. I'm not going to stay all the way to 72. But I got Renown to do and stuff like that. There's things to do. And I want to reap the benefits of my work. And that is like Tier 3, I can melt a lot of stuff. So, you know, I mean, the game's been out, what, a week and like a week and a day? A week and 2 days? Plenty of time. I think it's just the big thing for me now is not to chase, like, just don't chase gear right now. Just you know, just accumulate gold and resources and renown and levels and paragons. And maybe I'll just stop chasing gear. The legendaries I'll look at, you know, whether I need the aspects or not. And otherwise just like, you know. That's actually just a huge bit of information. The fact that if you're level 60 and you go into the capstone, they're level 72 or whatever. They actually doing more damage to me. They're harder because of my level, not because of a gear difference. I just like... That's just a huge bit of information. Where are we at? 4.3 million. So I'm going to keep I'm going to take maybe a whole day or something, and all yellows will just get vendored. Something like that. Oh, and then I'll take the opportunity to continue to upgrade the glyphs. The glyphs. You know, yeah. That's a good point, you guys. You guys are bringing up great points. That barrier. So what do I do when I'm in the barrier? Uh-oh. When hit while not healthy, a bubble of summoned around you for 5 seconds. Jesus Christ, that's a long time. While standing in the bubble, players are immune. So, what do I do while I'm standing in there? I don't know. What do I do? Twiddle my thumbs? Do I try to do some attacks? Do I wait for cooldowns? Wait for it to go away and then bug out? I don't know what I do when I'm in there. What do I do while I'm in there? Yeah, like, mobs are gonna come in. I'll be immune. That's a long time, 5.3 seconds. So just stay in the bubble and wait for them to come in. What's going on, Boz? So what you're saying is if I'm on World Tier 1 doing the campaign, I just need to worry about my abilities? No. What the hell was that? what is like, but it's an interesting question. Like, you're still going to be gearing up, correct? You're in World Tier 1, you're still going to be gearing up. Because you're going to find gear that's good. If you're still doing the campaign, you're going to find gear that is good. So you want to be working on that. You want to get your aspects, you want to get your dungeons, you know, when I did the capstone to go from 2 to 3, I probably was over leveled a little bit. What is the level of the mobs on the capstone to go from 2 to 3? I don't even know. But I found the dungeon to be pretty easy. So I did, when I was on World Tier 1, I made sure to get all the first 3 levels of the Renown. I made sure to get the campaign finished, which I think you have to. I was doing stuff, I think I got to almost level 50 by the time I did the capstone. That's World Tier 4. Yeah, I don't know like what the mobs are in the capstone from 2 to 3. I think I was almost level. I think I was basically level 50, almost level 50, before I did the capstone from 2 to 3. So yeah, it's a big decision you got to make. Yeah, and you got to you know. When you're playing a World Tier 1, you're getting all this stuff, and you're like, well, this one's better than this, and this one's better than this. You got to have some kind of strategy of what what you're going to ignore and what you're not going to ignore. An item level of the piece of gear might be a strategy. Like a particular item level you're looking for in World Tier 1. Anything below that, you're basically going to get rid of. I don't know. But, I mean, I'd say do the best you can, I guess, is something to say. Now that we know levels are a big thing, I think I was almost level 50 before I did the capstone. Damn it, I should have spacebarred out of there. That would have been death for me in the capstone. At this point. It's not going to matter so much when I get closer to level 70. So, the question is, what level are you in World Tier 1? I would say get well into the 40s, close to 50 before finish the campaign, get close to 50 before before going to World Tier 3, and if you find great gear, and I know what you're saying, it's like I have a legendary, I get a yellow. If you get a yellow, if you get weapons that you're using, if the DPS is much higher than the one you have, go with the DPS over the stats. DPS of the weapon is greater than the stats. So if you find a yellow, and it's a skill you're using, and it's 400 more DPS, I would go with that. It takes precedence over the stats. And a lot of yellows, you're going to be, when you're in early game, Veiled Crystals is an issue. Once you get into World Tier 3, Veiled Crystals don't become an issue anymore. It's funny how that works. One of our issues for is that mine? That's my barrier? Or is that the end of the dungeon? That's the end of the dungeon. Okay. I keep waiting for this thing to pop up. So so far I'm not missing the heal that I gave up. Okay, Marshall. I think I get 5% bonus to magic nodes every time I rank up this thing. Plus we got Renown. $160 of 500. We got to get this one, and then here's another 600 over here. How many? I've already got the strongholds. So a lot of altars to get, a lot of side dungeons to do, and definitely side quests too will be a part of this. So this is my next focus, is Kazakhstan, to get all the way up here. And gain some levels, gain some more paragons on the way. We're getting close to level 61, so that's good. Level 50, yeah, I think you're ready. I wouldn't be chasing too much more gear in tier 1. You know, I would, once you finish the campaign or whatever it is you got to do after that, you can start the whispers. I would go to World Tier 2 and then do the capstone dungeon and see where you stand. It's not that, it's should be pretty, you should be doing okay. You want to get to World Tier 3. That's what you need to do, because the better gear is there. If you're already close to 50, you're pretty much, I wouldn't waste too much more resources in World Tier 1 gear. Save your resources. You're pretty close, whenever the game allows you to go to World Tier 2, do the capstone. See where you stand with that. You should be able, if you're close to 50, you should be able to do it. And then get to World Tier 3, and then focus on the gear from there. I don't think you're going to really want any more gear from World Tier 1. And then once you're in World Tier 3, I think we're kind of coming to a general consensus that we're trying to shoot for gear that's close to 700, as close to 700 item power as possible. Within reason, like, high 6s or whatever. Because the gear just keeps dropping and dropping, and then, like, of course, you want to know what aspects you're looking for. You want to save those and maybe to extract at some point. Because the better aspects are coming from the gear relative to the codex, in terms of the percentages. And when I don't know what to do, I just throw the legendaries in the bank and deal with it later, Go through all the legendaries in the bank, look at the aspects, look at the gear. If I don't need it, salvage. If I need the aspect, extract it or hold it there till later. I don't know if there's a limit of how many you can have. I don't know if I assume then that this is the limit that you can have in inventory. So if that's true, then you would just be storing these. What is this? A single? This is just a stat stick. 48 strength. Damage to close enemies, yes. Core skull damage, yes. Call of the Ancients is active, no. But this is what is this? I hate when that happens. It's like, it's a single-hander, right? This is a single-hander. So I don't look at the damage because I don't have a skill that does this. But this looks better. Vulnerable damage, yes. Strength, yes. Core skill damage, yes. Damage to close, yes. What if I just add up the percentages? Overpower. So strength is replacing overpower. So vulnerable, 13. Damage to close, 16. That's 29. Core skill, 39. Over on this side, it's 38. But 48 strength is attack plus armor. My overpower chance is so low that I don't think it's good for me. Overpower. So I would get 48 strength on this. But then I would just have to imprint attacking enemies with basic skill increases the damage of your next core skill. So I'd have to pull that one in and lay it on here and then put this piece in. So I'm probably going to save this. 1.9, we're going to save that for extraction because we may need it later. 1.9 is even better than this one. So we'll save that for extraction. This one, lower armor. What is this anyway? Oh, these things. Critical chance is increased. For each second it is channeled. I think we're going to get rid of that. Up to 35% to gain Fortify when you deal direct damage while berserking. That's going to be an extract. This is a +1 to Rallying Cry. I think we're going to save that. I don't know at what point I'm going to get rid of the Sacred. I don't know. And definitely, I got to look at these gem slots too, because life here. I definitely, for these, I want gems because it's armor. And I'm hearing armor is all the rage these days. So, yeah, see this gear now. I mean, like most of this stuff, the yellows are just going to get sold. I'm not going to, oops. I'm not going to bother too much looking at those. It's a waste of time. Just going to do, you know, look at the legendaries. The yellow's pretty much just going to sell them or salvage them. And then just keep gaining levels and get ready for an attempt to World Tier 4. And I just still can't believe it. The fact that me leveling up, and if I don't change anything, is going to help me in the capstone dungeon. Just by gaining levels. So if you're near level 50, I would think you're pretty much ready for to get to World Tier 3.
I suppose I could take that off your hands.
This one's going to be salvaged, and then the others are going to go into the bank. So the thing I'm working on now is Renown for Kazakhstan. That's what I'm doing. Yeah, I think you're jump into World Tier 2 and then go try the capstone dungeon. The limit is how much, so this isn't a restriction. It's going to keep adding more for me, Zell, is that what you mean? It'll keep adding or it ends here. I think that's what you mean. It ends here. So if you have more in gear that you like, you just put those in the bank then. Let's see if I have any more sigils for dungeons I have not done yet in this zone. Where are we at? 3-hour stream? What time is it? It's 8:30 in the morning. Yikes. Kind of early, huh? It's still a game time decision whether I'm going to stream later today on the Starfield stuff. I'd rather just watch it from the lounge chair, you know. I don't know. I'm just not okay, I think I'll watch it, and then if it's really good, we'll do a stream where I go over it, you know, where I go over it. The VOD of Starfield Direct. Something like that. I don't know. It's Sunday. I'm going to assume. Thanks, Helena. Yeah, just keep going till your eyes start bleeding. They're already bleeding. They're probably going to allow us to pre-purchase the game today. I would think. Maybe. I don't know if they're going to allow it today. The game's launching early September. And they're probably going to sell tiers. And they're probably going to sell beta access. Just like what we got here, you know. There'll probably be 3 tiers of purchase. And they're Bethesda, they're usually the worst when it comes to selling you stuff. Yeah. Their beta access for Fallout 76 was the biggest joke. They were just trying to get more money out of you. Their beta was just crap. And it was done like you get a few days a week before launch, you know. It was just terrible. I thought, oh, Fallout 76, there's going to be a huge beta period during the summer. We'll be able to play, give feedback, blah, blah, blah. They could then delay the game if needed. No, the frickin' idiots. If we would have had a good extended beta for Fallout 76 in the summer leading up to the fall, we would have been able to expose all the flaws. And they would have had delayed that game properly to say, we got to delay this game again. It's a mess. No. They said, let's go for the money. Let's go for the money. We'll go for the money. We'll give you a few days beta, a few weeks before, we'll mess it all up. And then we're going to launch the game real fast so that we can make as much money as possible. But look at the long term. The long term was Fallout 76. It was a complete black eye. In fact, I believe the failure of Fallout 76 eventually, along with problems with ESO, the technical problems, led to ZeniMax saying we got to sell our company while the getting's good. The failure of Fallout 76 helped lead ZeniMax to be looked to be bought out, which they were by Microsoft. And Microsoft didn't have to pay that much. With all the money printing going on during that time, they paid as pocket change. It's just pocket change, what they paid for ZeniMax. You chasing money on trying to rip people off for Fallout 76 before it launched, and didn't give us a proper beta for all of us that were ready to play and test your game all summer long to expose all the problems. Because you decided to do it that way, you ended up having to sell out for cheap to Microsoft. No one talks about that anymore because it's all old news. Cause and effect, and they'll come out with all these excuses. Blah, 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 blah. No. You chased the money on Fallout 76. You didn't give us a proper testing period in a beta that we paid for maybe all summer long because it's a complex game, it's new, so where we could just show you how bad it is. Then you could delay it, make it right, have a success. No. Failure. You ended up having to sell ZeniMax to Microsoft for pocket change. Just like what happened with Magic Legends and Cryptic. You had to frickin' go... You know what Cryptic had to do in Perfect World because of the failure of Magic Legends? They decided to chase the money. They decided to chase the money with Magic Legends by promising you persistence in an open beta. Because they were chasing money so they could put a store in and sell you stuff. Because of that, basically Perfect World was basically Jethro Tull living on a park bench with a cup out trying to get someone to buy their company after that. Because you were chasing money instead of doing things properly the right way. You got thousands of people willing to help test your game for free. It's freaking idiots. Yeah, in the beta, obviously. But, like, I remember Fallout 76. When he's doing the big thing and he's like, and you get beta access. And I'm like, great, I got something to do all summer. We're going to test your game for you. No. You launch this piece of crap and now you're on a park bench along with Perfect World begging for someone to buy your company. And they buy you for pocket change. Idiots. Do I have anything in... I got no more sigils. Let's sort this. We're looking for Kazakhstan. I'm just trying to focus on one place. Damn, I got a lot of these things. I need to do a tier 3. Here's a tier 1. At least I can get... So I think this is all I need for the next thing. This is Shift to Ruins. I know I just did this, but I'm going to have to do it again. Can I look forward to see how many points I need to upgrade the glyph? Am I able to look forward? Glyph? It doesn't show like how many points I need for the next upgrade. Does it even show where I'm at? What level I'm at? Okay, level 2. But it doesn't show me the progression into level 3. Okay. I think I only need 4 more, I think, which would be a tier 1. I got to get a tier 3 so that I can unlock the salvaging thing. Yeah, I figure compared to the capstone, to me this is all easy compared to the capstone. This is, after doing the capstone this morning, I'm like, this is just all like, who cares? It's like no big deal, you know. So I know I got to do the same one again. It's okay. I am looking for a renown, but I want to get this next level, which will give me another 5% bonus to magic nodes within range. This range is going to increase when I get to 15. So that'll include this one. And I will be building over here and then going up here. Here's the exit over here. We get all the magic nodes within the next range, so it's not too much. Forget the normals. But I don't know if the next range covers this or not. That's maybe too far. But we are definitely going up here. All this stuff is damage to elites. That's where we're going. The place where I died on the capstone those were all elites. Yeah, I might as well go do Shift, I guess, even though I've done it. No, I got a better idea. Since I've already done Shifta, why don't I just pick another zone? You know, another zone where I get renown. So, Dry Steppes. Oh, that's a tier 4. Here's a tier 3. Let's see if I could do this. Dry Steppes, Gularum Slums. I don't know how else to look for these. Here it is right here. Gularum Canals? Slums. I've done already. But maybe I should do a tier 3 just to unlock the salvaging aspect. You know what I mean? I got to do a tier 3 just to unlock that frickin' thing. Correct, guys? You agree with that? See, I need to start turning in these tier 1s. And for higher tier. Correct? Got the same game, so I gave him some tips. Yeah, that's good. Morrowind, it's been modders doing the patching of the bugs. Yeah. The Bethesda... The Wolfensteins, yeah. Bethesda... Yeah, I mean... I don't know. And that's what they're going to do. We might get it might be a marketing opportunity today. But I want legit betas. Look at what New World did. You know, I want real betas. Like, and they did pretty good with Diablo 4. We got, I mean, 4 days was plenty of time, but it was done well in advance. And then they did a server slam one. So I would expect something like that. I don't want a beta that's a week before launch, you know. It should be the first beta should be way before so that players have a chance to help test your game for you. So that you can make a decision, you know. The problem is, like, early September's launch for Starfield. June is smacking along here. So they better get a beta in July. They better get a beta in July, not a week before launch. Otherwise, they're going to release another piece of crap. The players are the ones that find all the problems. Starfield's their last chance. Otherwise, like Bethesda, just, you know, forget you. But I know with Fallout 76, they made so much money up front. They made so much money up front. They're probably still laughing at the bank, saying, we know Fallout 76 is a failure, but we made so much money, you don't even understand how much money we made. You know, because we got you guys in on the hype. I don't know. It's always a risk. Do you want to buy the game early? Do you want to wait? You got to decide. Me, if I, you know, Starfield, if it comes on the store today, I'm buying it. I'm buying it with my eyes closed. I've been waiting. I'm going to be one of those guys that's like, I've been waiting 5 years for this game. Just wait, guys, wait. Towley, just wait for Towley. After today's Starfield, just wait for Towley to come out and start going hunting into the Twitter and the Discord saying, I've been waiting 5 years for Starfield. Just like he did with Lost Ark and New World and and Diablo and okay, these are both slums. I need to do a tier 3. That's it. I've made a decision. I've got to do a tier 3 so that I could open up the salvaging. So right, I'm going to take my tier 1s and start. So I need to convert my tier 1s to higher levels.
Not while I'm in town.
Yes, I am. There's going to be a beta. 100%. 100%. You know why? Because like Highway Cavalier said, it's a marketing opportunity. If anything else, it's a marketing opportunity. They're going to sell the base package. They're going to sell a package with a beta at a minimum. And then they'll probably sell the collector's thing, where you get it from cheap helmet in the mail. And I got to take that thing today that they do and start making videos again for Starfield. There were some people that liked my deep dive videos on the information we had. I'm telling you guys, for me personally, yeah, he's look, every new game he's like, I'm looking forward to it, and then it's Starfield's coming out. Okay, it's time for the uncapped subathon. Dude, I don't want to be here. Get me out of here. I'll come back for that later. I got something I got to do. I need to get a tier 3 done.
I need more time.
Uncapped subathon. These mounts need a speed boost. Wait, where am I? Anyway, yes. The current hyped one. I just remember when we were all in the Lost Ark Discords. Like, you know. And he came into the Lost Ark Discord. Saying, just hunting around saying, who do I talk to? Who do I talk to? Who do I talk to? Before launch. And of course, Legends of Lost Ark. And I even sent a message to Greg at Amazon, because he was my contact there for all the private stuff we did for New World. I said, hey, you know, I played this on the Russian server. You know, I have some knowledge here. If you've got any kind of promotion for streamers and stuff, you know, I'm definitely willing to be on board. He never replied to me. That was right before they announced the Legends of Lost Ark. Sorry, you're just not popular enough. So how'd that work out for you? Someone that may have stayed with you, people that probably, like, you just chase the same streamers instead of people that maybe are going to stick with your game? What is this? I don't even know what the... Does it tell me the resistance is? I don't know, like, I don't know if I need to pop any potions or not. But this is my first tier 3. Free the prisoners. I probably don't have to do anything.
Wouldn't have made it.
Yikes. Okay, I see how it is. Is this an event? This is an event within the dungeon or something? I don't know what those puddles are, but it's going to help me practice my spacebar. I could probably stand in those and not get damaged. It's just the capstone dungeon is the capstone dungeon is the problem, not any of these things. That gets the capstone dungeon's the problem. Everything feels easy compared to that right now. Damn, look at that. What a way to go. We're just looking for prisoners, I guess. There is a little bit of a cooldown on the evade, I think. A little bit of a cooldown. I don't know. I'm hyping,
Hi, I'm Kalina. Thanks for the follow.
Lightning damage. Thank you for the follow. Nice. 3 hours and 22 minutes. I think that's my first follow today. Thank you. Hey, man. Where's the other prisoners? Over here? Everything feels easy compared to that capstone. That capstone attempt today, everything just feels like nothing. Where's this frickin' prisoner? Right there? This shrine is helping out big time. If I can get this to last a little longer. And then run. Slay the possessed brute and collect the what? I think that thing opens up now. The nightmare. Yeah, thanks, Jane. Yeah, that's... When I looked at it, I'm like, yeah, it's right up here. Thank you. I was playing HOTA Bard. Oh. BARB. Yeah, I mean, I chose this because... Oh, I think I have to go over here, maybe. I don't know. Why say... I still don't have the jail key. I keep going the wrong way. Yeah, I decided that like it was either going to be Bard or Druid. And I didn't want to do... I'm like, well, let's go Bard because it's got, like, better support. I was just thinking I would, like, play, like, something. But anyway, and then I said, well, I'm going to pick BARB. And, like, I'm like, you know what? I'm not doing Whirlwind. I am not going to do Whirlwind. So I'm like, I'm just going to do HOTA. If my only choice was Whirlwind... Then I would just go Druid. I did Whirlwind in Diablo 3, that was enough. Do I gotta kill all enemies? Yes, I do. If I get this done, then we're going to go over to the occultist and see how and make sure that the thing is unlocked to where I could salvage and whatever it is for the sigils. Feel very invincible right now in Tier 3. I don't know when the Nightmare Dungeons are going to get harder, but I'm going to enjoy it while it lasts and get these upgrades. And gain paragons, gain levels, etc., etc. We're getting close to level 61. Is that my shield? Ooh, nice. It worked. Successful test. Right now, I'm pretty much going to just take the yellows and sell them for gold. Till I get to... I'm not going to worry too much about gear until I get to World Tier 4. 2 more enemies? They're not around here, are they? Yeah, I didn't... So, same thing. Yeah, I didn't want to go Whirlwind. Just, no. I did it already, you know. Yeah, you did this dungeon already? There's... Now I can go. One thing I make sure I do when I stream, especially games like this, is I like to make sure that the class I play is in the stream title. If people are going to stream, please put the class so people know. don't just say, it's Diablo time in your stream title. Put the class so people know. Some people just want to see a particular class. Okay, that's a tier 3. Good. Definitely going to be doing tier 3s and 4s now. I should be able to. We got to check the occultist. Okay. We get 8. We get 8. So I have more than I need. So I don't know if there's like, what do I need? Or is this even not enough? I don't know what this is telling me. Is this telling me I still need more? So, can do I get any leftover? Oh, I got some leftover XP that I can use on another glyph. I think it saved it for me. So I could use it here too. So this one is up at tier 3. So it saved it for me. It saved it for me. Yeah. Streaming. Yeah, some of the stream titles are like, it's Diablo time. I'm like, you're not giving me any information. Nothing. This is pretty cool. So it overflowed and it saved it for me so I could use it on more than one. More than one. I can look and see what the other glyphs are, but I'm focusing on like this one right now. For whatever reason. So now, this one is 35% bonus to the magic nodes. 35%. I gotta look forward on what the other glyphs that I'm gonna be using, and maybe, even though I'm not using them yet, I don't know if I should upgrade them or not. Okay, now I want to go to a major town. Wait. We're done with the... I don't... Oh, and there's a quest right here. Speak, like, sigil crafting. I dropped that key. I'm like, wait, what? I don't need it anymore. Anything later today, that information about Starfield or Xbox will be posted. Maybe I'll create a category today for the Xbox showcase, just if I need to post some stuff in there. Just a temporary category on my Discord. So close to level 61. Well, well, well. What's all this? What are the resources? Sigil powder? Where did I get this from? What's this? Sacred, ancestral. So these things have different classifications. Sacred, tier, everything. These are all sacreds. Where's tier 1s? Now, I don't know. Maybe I should only salvage ones for dungeons that I don't need renown for, or is that just overthinking things? You get one sigil powder for it. Where did I get all that sigil powder from? Or the game maybe gives it to you. I almost feel like I don't even want to do tier 2s anymore. You know what I mean? I'm not sure if there's a strategy here. I actually am not sure. What is this? So I can create the tier? Ooh, look at the cost. It starts to go up. I don't know where all this came from. I don't want to do anything less than 3, that's for sure. And maybe I want to start doing 4s. I'm not sure what the strategy here is. Am I going to get enough to where, you know, I want to be able to keep doing these. So maybe I should just leave these in the bank. And I think I should be doing tier, like, I don't know. I think if you complete a tier that's easy for you, do the next tier. Maybe that's the way to go. Keep moving up the tier list if you can. So I want to do tier 4. And then how much does a 5 cost? 15 of this. So the game must have given me this powder somehow. Maybe so it would kind of get you going. I don't know. So that you have enough to work with. I think I should just be salvaging these. I don't know yet. I'll hold them in case I need. I'm not sure if there's a strategy on your glyphs. Well, I only need a little bit of XP for the next upgrade. Well, just do a lower level. You have a lower level, use that. I don't know. I think you should just be doing the highest you can. You know. Through the trees, somewhere this stuff dropped. It must have dropped somewhere. I got it in advance. As long as there's enough to where I can keep doing these. So what did I just complete? I completed a tier 3. I think I should just move on to like a tier 4 or whatever, you know. You'll get more XP. Because now the next upgrade is going to cost more. The next, if you're upgrading a glyph, the upgrades are going to cost more and more. Oop, gotta dump this crap. What is this? Sacred Legendary Pants? Wait, wasn't there a piece? Yeah, I think there's a couple pieces of gear I might still be changing. This is no better armor. 2 ranks of leap. Wow. 265 maximum life. Total armor 3.9%. You know what? I'm just dumping everything. I just need levels and paragons. And level 61's coming up. I don't know if the aspect's good on that. 8% chance from... that sounds like crap. I think in the next tier, world tier, you'll be able to use higher level gems. I think that's probably how that works. You'll be able to make higher level gems. Where are we at? 4.8 million. Let's see. Completing Nightmare Dawn. Oh, complete the dungeons rewards the powder. That's where it's coming from. Okay. Thank you, Jan. It's coming from there. It's coming from completing the dungeons. Okay, good. So it's a loop. It's a loop that you just keep doing. Okay. And then if you get drops for lower levels you don't want to do, salvage those to get rid of them. I wonder where that stuff came from. Like, where's the stuff coming from? Okay, let's get to level 61. The renown I'll work on, kind of liking these, it's kind of fun. I'm kind of like digging the, kind of digging this. Didn't I just do this already? How many times do I got to do the same thing? The shade chases players. Cold damage. We'll do a tier 4. You're giving up on the top. Yeah. That's the problem. I was watching King Kongor and he's just like, well, I'm just doing the same thing over and over again. I'm not going to die and it's good XP and, you know, and it's like, and then he can't stream very long. I think he's just getting burnt out just doing the same thing over and over again. It's HOTA. Of course you guys don't remember HOTA. Diablo 3. Before the nerfed XP for your paragons. We just ran HOTA over and over and over and over again. All night long. It seemed to matter at the time. Obviously, it doesn't matter now. If anyone remembers HOTA from the old days, you are a Diablo fan. You are definitely a Diablo fan. I think the barrier's really going to help me. It's going to probably end up being a lifesaver in some circumstances. I just did this dungeon. So, tier 4, and let's see how much XP we get and stuff. Take your little bee babies with you. Man, they don't give you much time. They do not give you a lot of time. What? Come on in. It's nice and toasty in here. Was that my bubble or... It didn't last very long. It's supposed to last 5.3 seconds. And we got another sigil. This thing's seeking me out. How cringe.
Wouldn't have made it without you.
I never liked bees in this game. Never liked it. Why is that lasting so long? Where's the prisoner?
Wouldn't have made it without. No.
So far, the toughest stuff I've experienced in the Nightmare Dungeons was poison on tier 1. I'm like, what the hell is this? But I think my armor was pretty low back then. I tried to get out. Tier 4 can't hurt me. Easy. Easy living. Guys, I gotta get into Wrath of the Berserker. I do believe so. That's my bubble, right? I gotta get out of, I gotta get away from Coda at some point. And I might even be going into, like, if I can get Fury Generation taken care of, I can go into, I can get rid of the basic skill eventually, too. And go into... Lucky me. Dude, we're picking up the sigils, boys. Get rid of that basic skill and go into Ground Slam. For the stuns and the funds. This game is trash. They don't care about... It's Baker again. It's Baker again. We were waiting for you. We were waiting for Baker today. It's like, where's Baker? Mana pots. Yeah, hold on, I'll check chat in a minute. We got the jail key. Hey, how come the quest didn't complete on the sigil crafting? Maybe I have to craft one first. I don't think this is where... Is there some special loot in here? What the hell is this? I really want to start a druid, to be honest with you, just to have something different, but I think I want to get to a certain point first with this guy. And what point is that? I don't know. World Tier 4, high-level Nightmare Dungeons, and then I think maybe it's time to start make a druid. Definitely I'm not going to start a druid before a World Tier 4. Or wait for the seasons. Don't know. Am I doing an event? I think I'm doing an event. I think I'm definitely doing an event. I don't know about these gems. Travel to... Oh, I still got 12 enemies to kill. I hope they're up here. Boy, we're getting some, I don't know what the tiers are. Oh, like, what tiers are the sigils? I don't even know. Am I gonna start getting 5s? Tier 7, guys. Ooh, baby. 5s. 4s. I got a 7. How much XP am I getting? 10. And it's 24 to go to the next level. It's going to increase the radius. Is there a reason to upgrade this one? It's such small amounts of damage to vulnerable targets. I don't even know. This one seems like it's helping more. I don't know. I don't know if there's a strat on the upgrades. This is where it's at. I mean, this is the same thing we did in 3. You know. You picked up 3, just past level 20, not a bad game. Yeah, Lord Willow. Good to hear. You took again my thoughts and experience of D4 at top. Yeah, go ahead. Get your YouTube channel going. Dragon Hellas, I feel this game sucks. I don't know. I don't, like, what does that mean? Does it mean... What does I feel this game sucks? You mean, are you playing it, or you just watching others and then, like, based on what you've seen? For, guys, I'm not, like, when it comes to isometric ARPGs, I'm not a huge, like, it's not my main genre, you know? And in terms of isometric ARPGs, I don't like any of them. I don't last long in any of them. I've played, you know, every single isometric RPG I played, it's like I don't last long. So it's very hard to please me in an isometric ARPG. Did I say isometric ARPG? It's very hard to please me because I lose interest. And Lost Ark, of course, is an MMO, but it's still isometric, right? So... I mean, Grim Dawn, you know, PoE, Last Epic, Diablo 3, I don't last but a week in those games. And, I'm not really big on this stuff. Diablo 4, I already knew Diablo is going to be the game that's going to sit right where I want it to sit, for me to have longevity on it. You guys everyone has a right to their opinion on video games, it's no problem for me. That's what we do here. You know, if you think a game sucks, it's perfectly fine with me. I'm not going to fangirl the game. This has long-lasting life for me. This particular Diablo and Diablo 4. So I've actually found an isometric RPG that I know is going to have lasting appeal for me. Especially, this is just 1.0. New content, new classes, and stuff like that in the future. This is right exactly where I need an isometric RPG to be. So it's working out good for me. And some people are just, they play these kind of games and they have different requirements than I do. They expect different things. I was hoping Diablo 4 would fit right there, because Diablo 3 kind of did, except they dropped the ball on Diablo 3. After Reaper of Souls, they're like, you know, Blizzard. What was Blizzard thinking after Reaper of Souls? They're like, well, I guess that's all we need to do is Reaper of Souls and a new Necromancer class. We're too busy sexually harassing each other now, so we're not going to have time to really give love to Diablo. So they just went into seasons. So, but Diablo 3, I always thought this game is right kind of where I need it to be. You know, and so now with Diablo 4, I feel like, again, it's exactly where I need a game to be for an isometric ARPG. Let's get rid of this junk and then read chat. So, I mean, if you guys think this game sucks, by all means, I don't care if you come in here and say it sucks. It's no problem. I don't care. I mean, it's fine with me. Fresh new, okay. Only way to play different druid build is about getting certain unique helmet. Okay. Yeah, Gail, if you're going to be a content creator, you know you got to get on YouTube. You know you got to. You got to make YouTube videos. Especially guides. If you have a lot of knowledge now, Gail, streaming's a waste of time. Make guides for YouTube. Make guides for YouTube, make guides for YouTube, make guides for YouTube. Yeah, the isometric view, some people don't like that. I'm not big on isometric ARPGs. The item affix is boring, weapons are... Yeah, I think there's some issues in this game with just all the progression systems. Some people have issues with different things. There's a bunch of QOL that definitely needs to be done to this game. They could have delayed this game another 6 months, and I think a lot of people would be understanding of that. They'd be like, you know, I understand, I think you do need to delay it another 6 months. T5 dungeon? Yeah, you're getting, I just got a T7 key. Oh, no matter how dated retro it is, yeah. D2, Neverwinter Nights, Baldur's Gate. Big meaty games with depth, lots of it. This game just came out. There's a lot of QOL that needs to be done. Definitely. They already are working on the first 2 seasons. They're working on the first 2 expansions. This is going to be a game they're going to continue to maintain for years to come. New content. And I'm kind of happy about that. Like I said, I don't really play these kind of games too much. I don't last long. I already know I'll be lasting much longer in this game. I'm waiting for Starfield now, which is going to be at the other end of the spectrum. And we're getting the deep dive later today. If I can get 2 good games that I could play, you know, so I'm not constantly chasing, I'd be very happy that I would have 2 games at 2 ends of the spectrum. For isometric ARPGs, I got Diablo 4. PoE just isn't for me, sorry. And Last Epic, they just don't have the muscle over there to really take that game. There's only so many seats at the table. We got PoE and we got Diablo. The rest of the isometric ARPGs, you know, I feel for you. I feel for you. You're going to have a tough time. And so if we can just get a hit with Starfield, I feel this game is a hit. If we can get a hit with Starfield, for me, it's looking pretty good for my gaming over the next few years. How Elemental resist, yeah. And Starfield is really where I want to do a lot more content creation. It's more up my wheelhouse, you know. We just got to wait and see. That game might suck. It really might suck, and I just don't know. It might be like Fallout 76 in space. I already see where you're on planets, you have to reserve an area, just like in Fallout 76. You say that about every game? Well, thank you. That tells me that you're here on the stream a lot. Thank you for being here a lot. You're going to hear me repeat a lot of stuff over time. That tells me you're here a lot. So, thank you very much. You got the Butcher Trophy? What is that? Does that do anything? Does that give you buffs, the trophy? That's a trophy that goes in your stable. Does that help you on something? That stuff, they got to get that into player housing. If you're gonna be an MMO, you gotta be an MMO. Everything is easy right now for me because I'm in tier 3. After attempting the cap, after attempting to get to tier 4, everything feels so like, my build is perfect. Come to find out, and I'm still digesting the fact that I was level 60, and I was attempting to go from 3 to 4 world tier, and I got pretty far. And come to find out that the mobs inside of there are about 12 levels above me. And it's not my gear that is what's causing a problem. It's the fact that they're 12 levels above me. So, you know, that's a game changer for me. That's a game changer. That means I don't have to keep trying to think, I better adjust all this stuff. I just need some more levels, some more paragons. I don't want to keep chasing any more of this frickin' yellow gear in World Tier 3. I'm tired of it. I'm just tired of it. I want to move on, but I just need to grind out these levels and renown. Tier 4 Nightmare, you're in there. Yeah, it should be no problem. It should be Chio should be easy. Easy. Compared to the capstone dungeon, all this stuff should be easy. How's it going, Kaw? Thank you for coming in. Thank you guys for being here today on a Sunday. Level 41 Necro. Oh, hardcore. Okay, thank you. Helena's doing hardcore. Yeah, and Gail said I've had enough. Trying to get to 100 is brutal. I mean, it'll, like, you need, you know, okay, here, let me tell you the truth. Hey now.
I've fallen and I can't get up.
Let me tell you the truth of what I feel. Good to see KP again. Thank you, Thor. Let me tell you the truth of how I feel. The only reason that I would do hardcore race to 100, and I'm not telling people what to do. I'm just telling you what's on my mind. I would only do it if it's for streaming purposes. If you are a, like, let's say you're kind of a well-known streamer and you want to bring in more and more people, you know what I mean? You're trying to build your brand. Hardcore race to 100, I could understand the effort. People are subbing bits and you're making tons of money while you're literally destroying yourself. I could understand that. To just do it, I don't know. I just don't think it's a good idea for most people. That's what I'm thinking. I'm not saying I'm right or wrong. Like, I think you're hurting your health if you're trying to race to 100 and you're just trying to do it just because. You know, I could understand if you're hundreds of people are coming into the streams and you're making tons of money, you know, to try to do the hardcore to 100. I could understand it there. But just the average person doing it, it just doesn't make any sense to me. Like, why? It makes no sense. That's just what I'm thinking. Guys, I gotta take a break and heat up something. We're already at 4 hours. And we just got another Paragon point. I'll show you what I'm doing with the Paragons. A lot of people are going to get into this and say, what the hell is this? I still, every time I look at this, I'm like, what the hell is this? So I'm using a guide to help me. Run normal dungeon with the gate. 64. You did it at level 64. Wasn't easy. Yeah. You went 64, right? So I just hit 61. When I get to 64, I have a feeling the capstone's going to be easier. That's the big thing. I'm like, I didn't realize that my level mattered. I thought it was my gear and my paragons and all that kind of stuff. So my understanding is that if I leave all my gear the same, everything, and all I do is gain levels, the capstone's going to be easier. Wrap your arms around that. Wrap your arms around that. If I leave everything the same, I don't even add Paragon points, and I go from level 60 to 68, the capstone's going to be easier. And all I did when I asked that earlier today, I heard yes, 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 yes. Think about that. Think about that. Because I'm sitting there thinking, what do I need to do? What do I need to do? What do I need to do? Gain levels. Gain levels. That's my understanding. That's my understanding. Let's whip yourself bar. Yeah, that's right. Okay, guys, let me take a break. I'll be back in a minute. I got a Paragon point to spend. And what is the end game in Diablo 4? Anyone that wants to know. To me, the end game is Nightmare Dungeons. I think they go up to tier 100. That's the end game. That's the end game from a challenge perspective. And what are we doing in there? We're upgrading. One of the things we're doing, we're upgrading the glyphs that go into empty sockets. And that helps the entire Paragon system. Paragons for the progression and Nightmare Dungeons for the actual challenge. And part of your challenge is what you're going to pick on the Paragon boards, of course. To me, the end game is like if someone says, the end, if someone says this game is too easy. If someone says this game is too easy, the first question I ask is, what level Nightmare Dungeons have you done? That's my first question. You know, what level? Have you done T100? You've done T100 Nightmare Dungeons? And you're stomping on it? Well, the game has now just become too easy for you. I mean, you've worked hard. You deserve it. You deserve it. Congratulations. Here's your trophy. Okay? You want me to kiss your ring? I'll kiss your ring. When you get to T100, don't talk to me about this game being too easy until I see what nightmare level you're doing. That's the end game right now, I think. I think that's the end game. Is how high can you get on Nightmare Dungeons? True or false? Just like Greater Rifts in Diablo 3. And I don't know about these world bosses. The standard world bosses we're completing in like 90 seconds now. I love this Paragon stuff. I think Lord Willow, when Lord Willow gets to level 50 and starts looking at what you're going to be doing here, I think Lord Willow's going to be pretty excited about this Paragon board stuff. It's going to, you know, test his, you know, because he's a smart guy. And so, you're all smart, but Lord Willow's, you know, Lord Willow is Lord Willow. I think he's going to enjoy this. I think he's going to enjoy this. I'll be back in a minute.
Bruh.
Let's go!
I'm going to start working over into here, which is going to be damage against elites. Jamie, thank you for the sub. Appreciate that. Thank you kindly. I think we've gotten 3 subs today so far, so thank you guys for that, for the support. Just being here is huge support for me, so thank you. Scaling takes... scaling, let's see... yeah, you mean like, I mean, the way, like, scaling in this game's kind of weird, right? In the open world. In the open world, everyone scales up to you, kind of. So if you keep leveling up, and you're out in the open world, thank you, Jamie. If you don't improve your, Like, now let's look at the other side. We talked about the capstone dungeon. They don't scale, right? They stay a certain level. If you're in the open world and you keep leveling, and let's say you don't improve anything, you don't pick paragons, you don't get any new gear, you don't do anything, the open world enemies are going to get harder because they're going to scale up to you. They're going to scale up to your level, not to your gear. So if you're level 50, the enemies will scale to 50. If you go from 50 to 60 and you don't do any, you don't change, you don't get any better gear or nothing, those enemies are going to be a lot harder when you get to 60 in the open world. Right? That's the scaling that takes place in the open world. Damage to elites. I think we're just going to come here, 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 and here. And this is not like Neverwinter where you have to spend real money to undo things. Just kidding. But, you know, it's just a small gold cost if you want to redo some stuff here. I want to get to here and then to here. And then we'll get these three. I don't know if this is ever going to expand out enough to cover these magic nodes for the bonus. And I like here, at least it's giving you the bonuses. The bonuses are going to go up as I upgrade this particular glyph. Marshall. Later today I'll probably be getting rid of HOTA and just getting used to using Wrath of the Berserker. I think HOTA is eventually going to go away. Okay, I've allocated that point. We just hit level 61. That's good. I'm not even going to look at this stuff. I'm just going to sell it. I want to get a nice gold stash. I think one of those things gives me, after I kill an elite, I even get movement speed. Something like that.
Akarat's blessings on you, traveler.
What do these sell for? Can sell value for $4. After attempting the capstone today, everything else feels like easy now. Because that was so hard. Tier 4, I could probably just jump into Tier 7, I think, probably, no problem, you know. I'll just move up the scale, though, and then... I don't think there's any reason to do Tier 2s. Unless it's for a dungeon that I need for the renown. Maybe I'll have some kind of strategy like that. I'm not sure. Not sure. Anything Fracture Peaks is already... Those are all... I don't know. Potions for experience. ESO, I hated the same thing. Yeah, the ESO has this formula for scaling that's was really kind of weird. It made it to where you can go anywhere, but then it kind of, like if you went in a dungeon with the higher end players, it kind of brought them down a little bit and brought you over a little bit, something like that, to try to even it out. I don't know. I haven't played ESO since early 2018, which seems like forever ago now. I could go do like side missions now. The goal right now, here's my goal. Here's my short-term goal. Is to finish off Kazakhstan for the renown. That's 4 Paragon points at the end for every character I make in the future. So I have completed. Fractured Peaks, complete. Sots Glen is complete. I'm going to focus on this place now. So I'm going to be doing a lot of side missions. Go open up the map and find a bunch of altars. It's kind of grindy, to be honest with you. It gets kind of grindy. I do a lot of this off stream, too. And some of the side quests are like, they take longer than a dungeon, you know. Some of them. But I'm going to stick with this.
Not while I'm in town.
And then I want to, when we get the patch notes for Season 1, we'll see what that is. We'll go over all of that on stream. And then see what the deal is. Like, why would I want to do a season? They better give some really good motivation. Because I ain't leveling another... I'm not leveling another BARB unless it's really, really good. You know what I mean? And I know they're going to make some things where you don't need to do anymore. I need to see all the patch notes.
Please, I need water. I'm exhausted.
Can't skip. These are just quest items here. What's this? HOTA is still working pretty good for me. It's still hanging in there. I think it really broke down with the... I think... oh, look. I think it really broke down when I was doing the capstone. I think I got to get away from HOTA. We got to go Wrath of the Berserker. Let's slot it now and see what happens. I'm so used to having HOTA. Let's see. Unlock camp. We just have to unlock campaign to do the season pass. Oh, season pass. Did I get my... Just want my renown. I do wish I had more skill points, but let's see if I... Oh, it's right here. 52 exploder raise long range. La 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 la. La 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 la. Whatever. I'm gonna find some harder mobs. Is this quest still going on? Oh, it's just quest item, okay. Here we go. Okay, I hit Wrath of the Berserker. I think it's got... The cooldown is almost the same as... I'm just going to stick with Wrath now, because the end game, I'm going to have to eventually switch into it anyway. I already noticed in that dungeon it didn't help. I got to that point where it didn't help. Didn't help very much. Yeah. And then once the Fury is taken care of, then I'll be probably leaving the basic skill and going into ground stomp. If Fury is taken care of, I don't need the basic skill anymore. The lunging strike. So at endgame for me, I will not be using a basic skill. And endgame is not going to occur until my fury issues are all taken care of. Is that like a little boss or something here?
I am simply a conduit.
How do I get there? Oops. Let's try out this heroic encounter. That's my bubble. Get in my bubble. Kind of trapped. That's where I'm going to use my evade. I consider this one of the harder heroics to solo. He's almost dead. We hit each other at the same time. Oh, another good thing is I'm getting quest items. Man, the cooldown on Wrath is pretty long, dude. But maybe, you know. I just got to get used to it. I think I'm done. I think I'm done with HOTA. I think I'm done with HOTA. I think I just completed a bunch of quests. Yeah, I think it's time to move out of HOTA. I gotta get the statues. Yeah, I gotta be this zone. There's a 24 more statues to get. Altars, yeah. I'm trying to think of things to do before the first season starts. You know, get to end game, whatever that is. Get all the renown done. Because that's on every character forever. The important part is forever on every character. So I just wanted to get a bunch of stuff done so I have to think about it again. Renown is really the big driving thing. Because over time what's going to happen is Paragons are going to get harder to get. Because it's going to take longer to level up. So the Paragons are going to start coming in much slower. Much slower. So I'm going to get them from, like, I'll get XP and Renown at the same time. And start, there's what, there's 20 Paragon points? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times 4 is 20 Paragon points coming out of this ultimately. I have 8 so far. Three more? 12 more? To 3. Yeah, 3 more zones. Oh, what the frick to do with these gems? It's like I got all these gems, and it's like, what am I supposed to do? They won't... It's like you don't buy recipes anymore for upgrades. I don't think. Yeah, I know it's a mess in there. I know my stash is a mess right now. We're gonna go through all those legendaries. Either keep them for aspect extraction or salvage.
Well met, friend. Well, I would like that.
We broke 5 million. That's good. Gonna keep stacking that gold. I don't think I need much. Like, I've done plenty of salvage yellows. We got so many yellows. What do you mean? Which hair do you like? My hair or Kalina's hair? My hair's a mess because I was pulling it out earlier today. I keep grabbing at my hair today. That's what I've been doing. Just keep grabbing at my hair. Yeah, in Discord I've got a new category, Helena, called D4 Event Tracker. So it's got all that stuff in there. It's Helltide just came up. It ends in 53 minutes. And it counts down on there too. So I think that'll be pretty good to have up. I mean, when I'm not streaming, I'll have that up. The event tracker. So I'm like, oh, Helltide's up. So I've got it all coming right in there automatically. I think that's pretty good for today. Pretty good run. We're at level 61. Did finish off another renown for Paragon points. We're looking... the pattern is set. 5 by 5. I'm going to go into the next one. The next 1, 2, 3, 4. The next 4 of these are going to be really good. Well, this one. Damage to elites. What is all this movement speed? Movement speeds after killing an elite. Okay. I'll be going like 2,000 miles an hour. Movement speed after killing an elite. Movement speed after killing an elite. Damage to elites here. So here's 16%. Here's another 8. Another 8. And more movement speed after killing an elite. So we're going to be doing some speed runs. We're going to be doing some speed runs in the future. So my next 1, 2, the next 5 are going here. And then after that, I'm probably going to start moving out over here to the edge of the board. I'm going to continue to upgrade this. I want to get this to 15. Probably, I don't know yet. I don't know if it matters. It'll just get a higher... I don't know if it matters. But I want the bump in stats, I guess. I don't know what to do yet. So I just keep upgrading like this one. We want to get to here and then we'll look at what the next board is. This is going to be pretty big. Damage to elites and then... look at the bonus. Look at the bonus. 260 dex, another 16% damage to elites. I think I'm going to be chasing that. Should I be picking some dex in here? Not on normal nodes. It would have to be on mad like here. You know? That's another 16%. If I can get the bonus. And that's just my overall dex. My overall dex. Thank you, guys. Yeah. And I get all this done, and I gain levels. Where did I die in the capstone dungeon? I died, there was like 5 elites there. Something like that. Like 5 elites. Now we're going to go Wrath of the Berserker. We're leaving... I think we're leaving HOTA for good now. I think we're going to stay here. Gaining Berserking Unstoppable for 5 seconds Unstoppable. Characters have control impairing effects removed, prevented. And Berserking grants increased damage and movement speed. We're setting up for like speed runs or something here, like totally speed runs. Berserker's active, gain 20% increased movement speed and Fury generation. Every 50 Fury increases Berserker's attack damage by 25%. But this is like a 5-second thing. Even HOTA only lasts 6 seconds. It's only 6 seconds. Eventually, once I get Fury generation taken care of at the late game, I'll be eliminating the lunging strike basic and going into ground stomp. And that's a stun. That's a stun. So this is end game here for sure for me. I got to get Fury generation taken care of. Although, but there's a cooldown. I mean, it generates 25, but It's got a cooldown. So eventually we're going to go into here. Yeah, I feel like I want one more slot. I love the Paragon boards. They're great. I wouldn't know what to do without a guide, though. I mean, I would totally screw it up. This is going to go away eventually. Lunging strike. We're just not there yet. Not there yet. It'll be post 70. But we're away from Coda now and into this Wrath. So if I see something in tier 4, when I get to tier 4, if I see stuff like, you know, adds 2 levels to Wrath of the Berserker, you know. Now that do I have anything that's Coda related? You know, I have stuff that's ultimate skill related, but I don't think there's anything that's I don't think they have stuff that's particular. Actually, I don't think they have that kind of thing. I don't think they have stuff that adds ranks to your ultimate. I don't think. There's stuff that adds damage to your ultimate, but I don't think there's stuff that adds ranks. 33% ultimate skill damage. So that was buffing my Coda people. How is that going to help Wrath? Is this going to help Wrath of the Berserker? That should help me while it's active? Like, this 33% I think applied to the Coda people. But now I'm doing Wrath of the Berserker. That should apply to any damage I do that's ulti related. This 33%. There's a board that gives you max fury. I think that's where, when I go endgame night, I'm going to be redoing my boards. My boards are all going to change when I get to endgame. For Rob is the only person I trust right now. For HOTA, he took HOTA to post level 85 on Nightmare. So his end game, his boards are completely different. I mean, his board setup is different, and maybe that's where the fury comes in. I'm using his guide that is from 50 to 70. So when I get to like at a certain point, I'm going to be redoing all my boards to his end game boards for HOTA. And maybe that's the one. Maybe that's where fury comes in. Because I'm still starving for fury. So I need to see, eventually here, after 70 or whatever, I'm going to go start looking at his in-game guide for HOTA. For, you know. And all his boards are different. All his boards are different. But I want to make sure, like the one I'm leveling now, Marshall is still in his in-game board, you know. Okay, guys, that's it. Thanks for coming in today. I appreciate it. Hope everyone has a great rest of their weekend. Later today, I will be watching Starfield Deep Dive along with the Xbox. That's coming up starting... Oh, the Xbox started just now. So you can go to the Xbox channel on YouTube. Thanks, guys, for coming in. Xbox channel on YouTube, your ad blocker actually works there. You don't need Twitch. Xbox channel on YouTube, ad block works. That same channel, after the showcase is over for Xbox, is Starfield Deep Dive. It's already starting. So I'm going to go watch that stuff now. And probably no stream for the rest of... I mean, we'll talk about that on the next stream. Thanks, guys. Have a great day. Thanks for coming in. I really do appreciate it. We got 3 subs today. Thank you for that. And, of course, thank you for your patronage. And we game and we gaming talk. I don't know a lot of channels on Twitch that do it the way we do. You guys have discovered and you are part of, I think, something special here. So thank you guys. We've been doing this a long time. And so I thank you guys for coming in. I think we talk about stuff and we dissect things. We don't just play video games and giggle. So thank you guys for coming in. And we do have fun too. Thanks. See you next time. Have a great day.